This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Some Wyoming public school districts are moving toward restricting homeschool families' access to pre-high school level sports and activities, just as two new laws empowering the homeschool movement are taking effect. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a few public school superintendents who theorize that their peers are digging in their heels against the homeschool empowerment laws so they don't have to participate in their own, quote, demise.
As you see this push to use public funds for private school use, for homeschool use, you're also seeing some of the public schools like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe we won't have such an open door policy offering some of our activities to homeschool students where we can help it because these programs are chipping away at our foundation.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, told Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she'll propose a law change in the coming weeks to prevent the districts from limiting homeschoolers' access to middle school and junior high level activities. A New Jersey man was gored by a bison in Yellowstone National Park on Tuesday, making him the second person to be gored this year. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the incident occurred at approximately 9:45 a.m. in the Upper Geyser Basin near Old Faithful, the busiest area in Yellowstone.
He escaped with minor injuries, and he was very lucky to do so. The thing is, a bison goring is breaking news, but it's also the same old story. The National Park Service is consistent. Stay 25 yards away from all big animals, including bison, when you're in the park. But it also states that it's your responsibility to maintain that distance. And it seems that a lot of people are perfectly happy to disregard.
This is the second bison goring in Yellowstone in 2025. The first occurred on Sunday, May 4th, when a Florida man got too close to a bison at Lake Village. Well, those disappointed in a plan to manage 3.6 million acres of federal public land spread across southwest Wyoming feel a reversal of fortune rising with recent efforts to steer the document back in the direction of more drilling. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that critics of the BLM's plan point to a University of Wyoming study that shows the RMP could cost the state up to $245 million in lost revenue over 4 years, with oil and gas production taking a major hit that could ripple through local tax coffers.
Clearly, the financial hit is something that critics of the original RMP are bringing up now. What they'll run into is a lot of opposition from the conservation community who sees a lot of wild resource out there that they would like to see not developed for energy. And what we have now is really a momentum shift, a policy shift coming from the Trump administration for all of these RMPs across the whole state, and supporters of an amended RMP really feeling good about what's next.
The UW analysis found that various restriction scenarios in the controversial federal land plan could lead to revenue losses ranging from $40.8 million to $245 million through 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A year after a significant portion of Wyoming Highway 22 collapsed down the side of the mountain at Teton Pass, traffic will drive on a newly reinforced road over the Big Phil Slide as early as the end of this month. The loss of Teton Pass devastated local commuters and communities when the road slid down the side of the mountain just over a year ago. But in what's been called a textbook response to the catastrophic failure, the Wyoming Department of Transportation will open the new Teton Pass before the end of June, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the entire project is scheduled to be completed in July.
Little over a year ago, there was no construction project planned for Teton Pass. Within a year, not only do we have a solution to Teton Pass, and let's remind ourselves that the detour was ready for traffic in 3 weeks. Now, at the end of July, we'll have the 70-year solution ready to go. So they've put a lot of time and effort into not only rebuilding the mountain, but ensuring that this will be the permanent solution solution.
Drivers won't see the extent of the $40 million project, which included new steel supports drilled into the mountain's bedrock and a ziggurat-like structure of reinforced fill to provide additional stability. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday, June 11. Homeschooled, are you? Well, you can't try out for the football team then. Public schools push back against a growing trend of de-enrollment. What's more predictable than Old Faithful in Yellowstone? Bison gorings. A Jersey man becomes the second victim tourist to find himself on the business end of a pair of buffalo horns. Evansville man counters town hall's pride flags with his own chalk art swastikas. Optimism in Rock Springs BLM plan for oil and gas, and coal in Powder River Basin. WYDOT fixes a mountain in 1 year. Teton Pass to open back to normal by July. Coyotes chased by speed goats? Isn't that backwards? And a motorcyclist crashes in a parking garage known for its hooliganism. It's hard to be sympathetic. I hope he learned his lesson. These stories and more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily. It's a good news day. There's a lot of fun today. And we're going to laugh at the misfortune of others. Sorry. Sometimes you just got to do it. I'm not unsympathetic, but I realize there are times to be unsympathetic. Yeah, we're going to have fun today. Chance of rain. Aww. Casper, chance of rain across the state today. Going to be a little bit unsettled. Some possible violent weather today as well. Casper, rain maybe in the late afternoon. Some storms could be severe. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 82. Riverton, 86. You'll get chances of some rain in the late afternoon as well. Evanston, sometime afternoon. You'll enjoy a sunny morning, but Evanston, you'll see rain by the afternoon, probably 82. Slight chance of rain in Green River. Maybe some of these storms severe. Highs 83 in Green River. Pinedale, chance of rain, severe storms. Clouds on the increase today, 75 the high. Rain likely in Alpine with a chance of severe storms. Clouds increasing, highs 80 in Alpine. DuBois, rain likely. Some of the storms could be severe. Partly sunny, breezy, 73 in Pinedale. Or DuBois, sorry. Jackson, rain likely. Chance of severe storms. Clouds on the increase, highs in the upper 70s. Thermop, rain, severe storms after 2. Mostly sunny, 82 otherwise. Cody, about 75. You'll see rain. Some storms could be nasty. Buffalo, chance of rain. Some storms could be severe. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 76. Sheridan, 85 today with a chance of rain. Gillette, you might see rain after 3 in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, 83. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon in Newcastle, otherwise sunny, 81. Torrington, 87. Sunshine with just a slight chance of afternoon rain. Cheyenne, chance of rain in the afternoon, clouds on the increase, 84 the high in Cheyenne. Laramie, might see some rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, highs in the upper 70s. Rawlins, again, chance of getting rain about 3 in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, 84 in Rawlins. That's the way we see it on the day weather forecast. Don, usually with us every day live, but he's on the road. I think he's East Coasting it for some kind of weather convention thing where all these weather guys hang out and talk about, guess what? Weather. When weather guys are just shooting the breeze, talking about weather, is it different? You know, you and I, when there's an uncomfortable pause in the conversation, our go-to place in a conversation, you know, maybe with mom or dad on the phone or whatever, is weather. I mean, it's the common denominator, right? We love to just, how about that storm last night? Or how about this stretch of sunshine? I mean, my garden's burning up. Whatever. Everybody, you know, weather-related discussion is water cooler talk. It's comfortable. It's easy. It's a way to connect. But what do weather guys do? What's their, because, I mean, you're talking shop when you're a meteorologist, and they take weather seriously. So it's not like you just relaxing and shooting the breeze with your weather talk. You know, this is not you and the boys in the backyard around the barbecue grill. I mean, weather guys are serious about their weather. I'm going to ask Don. I'm going to make a note for Don. Do meteorologists, it's hard to spell that. That's why you just call them weather guys. Do meteorologists use weather as a go-to idle chatter, I guess we would call it, you know? Yeah, meaningless. What do they call talk? My brain's not working yet. I need more coffee. Yeah, just like chit-chatty stuff. Some people don't like to engage in just the meaningless chit-chat. But meteorologists must have another place they go when they talk, another topic. Don't know what that would be. That's why we got to ask Don. Claire McFarland has a good story that we need to talk to her about later in the show about pushback. It feels like some pushback on homeschooling. Homeschooling is becoming, a little more popular. It's certainly, the notion of homeschooling has been backed by our lawmakers, our state legislature, and certainly it's okay with our top education person, Megan Degenfelder, the superintendent of public instruction, has told us on the show that she's not against homeschooling. She encourages any kind of education pretty much that is education, like any way you can get it. She encourages trade schools for even high school age kids, but then, trade schools as an alternative, as an option for post education, college, university, not for everybody. In fact, kind of a downward trend about going to college, costs a lot of money. You'll be in debt forever, etc. Trade schools becoming popular. Megan Degenfelder is all about that. Superintendent Degenfelder said she's also agrees with recent laws, two, in fact, that make it easier to homeschool. Previously, if you wanted to homeschool your kid, the curriculum had to be approved by your school district. The curriculum had to be shared with the school district, house progress. That is no longer a requirement. And so it's made, it's really empowered the homeschool movement in Wyoming, and it's becoming popular. I don't know if it's sweeping the state to the degree that nobody's going to school anymore, but that's the fear of some schools as we look at this story. That's the fear in, let's say, Carbon County. School District number 1, they're reviewing proposed policy to narrow the activity offerings for homeschool students. The board discussed the move to, quote, shut the doors during its May workshop meeting. So don't think Carbon County believes homeschooling is harmless. How about Washakie County School District number 1, Superintendent Ton Argyris? Also, Washakie County pushing a similar policy change, according to the Buffalo Bulletin. Washakie County pushing back on the homeschooling. And it's a fear that I think schools are being slowly strangled to the point of elimination. Obviously there's some politics going on, and Claire McFarland's story here, she talked to a few people in the news making, and there is a idea that politics are being at play here. I'm trying to see who is Davison. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do a search. There's a little bit of fear. Michaela Davison, Rollins' homeschool mother. So she homeschools Davison in the Rollins area. Davison said, I think schools are using this as an opportunity to use our kids as pawns to make political statements. They're using our kids to make a statement at the expense of our children. Yeah, I think the school districts that are imposing these bans on homeschooled kids from being able to take part in not just sports, but, after school activities. You can't join the band. You can't be on the football team. You can't be on the speech and debate team if you're homeschooled. Now, where they're doing this, let's be clear, is not at the high school level. You're not allowed to do that at the high school level. In fact, that's spelled out clearly in Wyoming statute. Wyoming law requires school districts to let homeschool students participate in sanctioned high school sports and activities. So at the high school level, whether you're homeschooled, whether you go to a private school or a charter school, whatever, you have to allow students from other avenues. If they don't go to your school, that is not a restriction against them joining after school activities or sports. At the high school level, what we're talking about is junior high and middle school. Traditionally, school districts have, even though there's no state statute regarding that, traditionally school districts have just looked the other way and said, yeah, that's okay. Being as you can join the high school football team, we'll let you also join junior high, even though we could prevent you legally. The Wyoming law does not require districts to open middle school or junior high school level activities to students who do not go to that school. Claire McFarland writes. She also adds, many traditionally have kept that avenue open, however. Now, thanks to a couple of pieces of legislature, how about House Bill 46 says homeschool families no longer required to submit their curricula to the school district. That's caused a little bit of angst, I think, at some school districts' school board meetings. How about House Bill 199? Appropriated $30 million in state money, offered to school-age students $7,000 apiece per school year for students seeking alternate education. And I don't think that sits very well with some school districts. So is this school districts kind of firing back? Is this their answer back, their hit back, their slap back? I think it is a little bit. In the case of Carbon County School District number 1, I think it's acknowledging those two pieces of legislation. It's recognizing that more and more students are choosing to be homeschooled, and they're going to send their own message. Okay, then you can't join the middle school speech and debate team. I think it is getting politically ticky-tack. Washakie County School District number 1 as well, considering policies that would prohibit middle school, junior high. Davison, who we mentioned before, the young lady who homeschools, said that she was at a meeting. This is secondhand info. She was at a meeting of the Carbon County School District number 1 when Superintendent Mike Hamill said that he believed there's a movement to disable our public education system. Hamill didn't repeat that to the Cowboy State Daily. Claire could not get Hamill to say anything similar to that, but that's interesting. If true, that's also a peek under the hood as to the thinking of some of these school districts. Number 1, I think they're hurt. I think they got a little butt hurt over the whole homeschooling advantages, 2 laws passed recently in Cheyenne. And 2, I think there is a belief that this is only the first step towards dismantling the entire public education system. I think that's going a little too far. I think that's Chicken Little sky is falling thinking, but that's where the fear, that's where the hurt is coming from if you're a school district. And your fight back is to say, okay, you homeschoolers can't come and join the basketball team. Sorry. You junior high kids that are homeschooled can't join this. I think it comes from a place of fear that the end goal is to get rid of public schools. President Trump and Superintendent Megan Degenfelder's end goal is to get rid of the U.S. Department of Education. That's clear. But I don't think anybody's talking about public schools being inadequate or antiquated or unnecessary. I don't think there's been any rhetoric towards that area. It's just an acknowledgement that there's other ways to get education. Interesting, though, the fight that's going on. It feels, it's palpable. So what is Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent Degenfelder, has countered this these 2 districts anyway with a thought of her own. She said yesterday in talking with Claire McFarland that she's going to propose a law change in the coming weeks. She's busy trying to draw that up and see what that'll read like, that would prevent districts from limiting homeschoolers' access to middle school and junior high level activities. So already in high school, if you're homeschooled, it's okay to participate in after school activities, but not so in middle school and junior. And Degenfelder says she's going to tie up that loophole, that gray area, and she's going to ask lawmakers in the state to maybe address this specifically. So we'll see how this goes. We got interesting things brewing in the homeschool, public school debate. Good story from Claire McFarland. We'll be back with more. Greg Johnson will be on the show in just a bit. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Woo! Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, joins the conversation. Last night, greatest baseball player on the planet hit a ball that still hasn't landed, and the Yankees romp. In other MLB news, Rockies lose.
That's not news. That's...
They should give you 2 runs, 2 points for a ball that's hit that far. Aaron Judge hit a ball almost out of the stadium in Kansas City. It should be like a 3-point shot in basketball. Instead of 1 run, like when you touch home plate, they should count as 2.
Yeah,
Dodgers lost.
Yeah, it's an understatement to say he got all of that.
He got yeah.
He crushed it. What was it 469? Is that measurement on it?
Something. I'm hearing 470. Yeah, oh, yeah, you're right. 469. Well, let's go 470. Come on. Yeah, he got it. Hey, big dude. Yeah, fun game. What else happened yesterday before we dig into Cowboy State Daily News?
Well, I've changed my name to Yo. It's just Yo.
Oh no! Are you?
Kanye has inspired me.
Yeah.
He's apparently he's changed his name again.
He's such a flip-flopping dude. He changes his religion. He changes his real estate, where he lives. He changes his girlfriends and wives. And he changes his names. The guy he's just not content. He's never content.
Did you see what he wants to call now?
What is it? I didn't even look.
I guess he's filed some new business documents under the name. It's not Yee. Is it Yee or Yay?
Yee is it? Yeah.
Yee. Now it's Yee.
Yee.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't. I like some hip hop, but I don't particularly like his. And I just don't admire the way the guy lives his life, obviously, whether it's the love of Nazism or he's such an attention grabber. He can't stand to think that the news cycle isn't revolving around him, whether he's snatching the mic from Taylor Swift or it's all about him. I don't know how could anyone want to hang out with him? Like, how does he have a posse or friends?
He's got money.
He's got money.
That's how it happens.
Yeah. I just can't devote any mental energy to Kanye West anymore. I can't keep up with what he's done lately. Him and Elon Musk, they're both just nuts. It's what happens. You get money and you're never satisfied. You can't stop getting money, and then you just go off the rails. I mean, Kanye West is certifiable. He's nuts. Musk is probably nuts.
So what do you think? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Do you think a hot dog's a sandwich, Jake? Or
I don't know where you're going, but I say it's a sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's wrapped in bread, so I think that makes it a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Because that's one of those over/under debates. There's some people insist it's not a sandwich. It's its own thing. It's a hot.
I mean, it lives in both worlds. I could see either argument. It is its own thing, but if I had to categorize it, which we live in an age where everything's got to have a category. What kind of music is this? Is it country or pop or hip hop? We got to put everything in a label so we know where to put what shelf to put it on at the retail store. Then if we had to, I would classify it as a sandwich. Yeah, if you're going to look for it under Amazon, what am I looking for? Let me go to the sandwich department. A hot dog should appear.
All right, so if a hot dog's a sandwich, then would you consider a bowl of cereal a soup?
Ooh. Greg, you're taking us into deep places this Wednesday.
I don't know. I'm kind of on a no.
I'm inclined to say no right off the bat, but then I'm like reasoning through it. And there are such things as cold soup, gazpacho. I don't do cold soup, but I guess it's the nearest kin to cereal is soup. That's a stretch, though. It's stretching farther. I see. Wow.
Yeah. So if you have a bowl of cereal and a hot dog, is that soup and sandwich?
Soup and sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of that debate. I've heard the hot dog one before, but I never heard someone ask that about a soup before this morning.
The great debate. You're having some Jack Handy thoughts this morning, Greg. Very interesting. I have not previously thought about that. Perhaps we can get Yee to weigh in, and he'll be the final determinant. He'll decide. I don't know, but yeah, I like both those products. whatever you call them, I'll eat them. Bring them to my table. Well, maybe as faithful, as predictable as Old Faithful is in Yellowstone is a bison goring incident. And we get our second of the year, courtesy of this New Jersey man who has got to be the last guy on the planet who read the room, situational awareness. Is the message not clear? Certainly, there's a whole book written about the dangers of Yellowstone, which includes bison goring. There's news agencies like Cowboy State Daily that almost daily, weekly, at least monthly, have a story about someone who didn't get the message. And then there's the literature that they pound you with at the gate. You ever pull up to the gate in Yellowstone? You show them your pass or buy your pass, and then they say, do you need a map? And no matter what the answer is, you're going to get the leaflet on all the things not to do in Yellowstone. And first and foremost is a big picture of a bison knocking somebody on their butt. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't get it. It's never gonna stop. It's just not. It's not in human nature for some people to stay away.
Well, certainly at Cowboy State Daily, it is a news driver, so we sort of enjoy that aspect of it. We don't root for more bison goring victims, but we do enjoy when it's caught on video. Video or it didn't happen. Please provide pictures and video of the next wildlife incident.
Yeah, there's really for things like this, there's just no sympathy.
Not really.
If you're trying to get a selfie with a bear and it eats your face, people have no sympathy for you whatsoever. Like, oh man, now you got to live without a face. They're like, hey, you deserve it, man. You're stupid.
How are you going to eat your cereal soup without a face?
That's right.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to find it's hard to be sympathetic over the motorcycle dude that ran his bike into a wall at the parking garage. This story Renee Jean has been following about the hooligans who love to rev it up.
Yeah, it's a problem here in Cheyenne, man.
Is it?
Yeah, there's these little gangs of crotch rocket riders, these little wannabes are riding around with their really loud and they ride as little packs.
Yeah.
And try to just be as loud as they can, you know.
Yeah.
And, there was some next to me as I was driving home last night. They kind of race up and down these streets, and this guy was racing through this parking garage, being as loud as he could, trying to set off the car alarms.
Right, which has been an incident.
And slammed into the wall.
Oops. Yeah, I find very little sympathy there. It's hard.
Exactly.
I mean, dude.
If he lost his face, there's no sympathy.
Right.
There.
Sorry about your face. But it's annoying. You're the only one who gets jollies out of this. It's annoying for everybody else. The mayor, the police chief, the county sheriff, city council members all say they're aware of this downtown Cheyenne parking garage where, sure enough, like clockwork, about 5 o'clock, the hot rodding starts, and the neighbors say they've just been seeing it going on. Brian Snyder, he's sick of it. And he said he feels bad for this guy, but that's what they're doing, is trying to make noise with their machines, and the car alarms go off. And Snyder said it's like a game, and they do it all the time to set off the alarms. I didn't know what it was they were doing to make these sounds until the other day I heard somebody do it in Jackson. We don't have these big city things in Jackson where people have these vehicles that you rev them to such RPMs it causes a pop. I thought Renee was talking about a backfire or something, but then I finally heard what it is, and it is annoying. It's loud and it's stupid.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, it is.
Well, That's a good story in the Cowboy State Daily. Read that and have a chuckle over the guy who lost his face. Hot rodding into the parking garage. Drove his bike right into the wall. That's what happens when you're in there. That's an enclosed space. And if you want to go fast, you better have good brakes or know how to use them.
Yeah, it's I don't know. That parking garage is kind of a problem in itself, but
yeah. Needs to be a little bit of a crackdown there, maybe. You got to take the bison by the horns and these kind of things, whether it's an LA protest over ICE or whether it's this parking garage. I mean, just go in there with SWAT tactical gear and start making arrests. I don't know. This Evansville guy drawing the swastikas. This is interesting. First off,
he admits that he insists he's not a Nazi.
Right.
But he is very bothered by the pride flags that were put up and said he drew these and then went right into the town council meeting and talked about it and then went out and drew more. Said, I'm gonna keep drawing them as long as these little pride flags are here. And said he ordered his own swastika flags.
Oh boy.
So and they say, they didn't arrest him or ticket him or anything. They say it's free speech, even though it's not speech they like.
Right.
But it's not often someone will, go public like that and
he's not doing it
out there.
He's not doing it secretively, is he? He's photographed, drawn the swastikas in chalk, which the medium of choice was smart. He knows that means he's not doing graffiti. So there's no vandalism of property, according to law enforcement. Law enforcement standing back saying it's chalk art. We don't like it, but there's nothing we can do about it. He's using chalk, which is, not a permanent. And and then he went right in. So what it is, this Evansville guy, and I still can't believe Evansville is its own town, but whatever. It has a mayor, and the mayor said she didn't consult the town council or anything. It was her idea, Mayor Candace Machado, to put the pride flags up on town property there at Town Hall. She did it on her own in honor of June, Pride Month, I guess, which is a little bit problematic. I have an issue with that. I watched a Jackson mayor do something of his own initiative, took down the portrait of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, back on the first run of Trump 1, and did that on his own with no one. You got to be careful when you act as a mayor. You represent the town. If this is your opinion, put up the flags. You should get at least town approval. You should bring it to the board, bring it to the council. But to do stuff on your own, when you start getting open for criticism, but then, is your right for free speech? Is this the same thing? You put a pride flag up and you're just saying, we want to show our support for this. We're supporting you. It's a positive display and a positive display of your feelings and your right to have free speech. Where with this guy, Jeremy Brown, it's not a positive message. Like he said, he's not Nazi, and that's what the swastika has come to mean. Let's not pretend.
That's that's the thing. I'll take him at his word that he's not really a Nazi, but what are people supposed to think if you're going around drawing swastikas? It's for free speech, yes, it's protected, but it doesn't mean that there aren't consequences for what you say or for how you do it. It's that old that old adage, yes, you can run into a crowded theater and yell fire, but you're still going to get in trouble for that because you're inciting something.
Yeah.
You're free to do it, but doesn't mean that there aren't consequences for doing that.
Yeah.
And you could have just showed up and complained and said, "Hey, city has no business putting these things up. I want you to take them down." You could have done other things than draw swastikas.
Yeah.
So it's it was his choice, and he's sticking by it. So.
Yeah, Jeremy Brown's being intentionally provocative. He's going way over the top. He's using the shock and awe campaign. He's using a swastika for its shock value, but not necessarily to support his beliefs. He knows what it represents. He knows what that symbol will create, and when people see it, and he's making his point. But it's not the same point as the pride flag represents, or pretty much anything else you could erect or hoist to show what you're all about. He's not all about this, but he's testing the limits of free speech. That's for sure. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what got all those pronghorn mad at that coyote.
Oh man, that was fun.
That video was insane. They weren't giving up.
They weren't giving up
to try to get that coyote, man.
Oh, you got to see this video. Mark Hines has a story in the Cowboy State Daily, and the video is pretty cool. The incident lasted, according to the person that saw it and took the video, maybe more than a half hour, 36 minutes maybe. And Christina Gaylor got at least a couple of minutes of it on video. And yeah, this coyote had intentions to get a pronghorn fawn and was unsuccessful, and then found out how mean pronghorns can be when not just the doe chased it, but mom had some friends and the whole herd chased this poor coyote. Chased him hard.
They didn't give up. They kept chasing it.
Relentlessly.
And I tell you, the coyote, you give him props for eluding them for the most part, but pronghorn are pretty freaking fast.
They're
You're not gonna outrun them.
Yeah, you can see in the video how the coyote makes a zigzag move, and he might gain a little bit of space between the two, but the pronghorn closed that gap quickly. They're so fast.
Well, and it looks like the coyote is running full out, and it looks like the pronghorn aren't even trying. Right. They're just loping around and catching up to them.
Yeah, and they want to strike them with their hooves. They are mad. It's interesting. Wildlife experts weighed in, said they've seen similar things. Coyotes can get chased by pretty much anything. I've seen a coyote chased off by a magpie. I mean, they're not the most fearless hunters ever. And if they're faced with a challenge, they'll back down most of the time. I wondered before I saw the video whether it wasn't the coyote playing this trick, which I've seen coyotes do with my own dogs, and that's they pretend to run away, and they're just trying to distract you or tire you out. They play with you that way.
That might have been,
But in this,
I mean, could have been a little bit of it.
I think it could have been at first, but then when I watch it, I'm like, no, this coyote's running for its life. They are. If he doesn't stop running, they're going to kill it. And he did make a smart move. He hid under this piece of this tree stump thing, and the pronghorn either lost track of him or, as long as he held still under it, they weren't going to do anything. And then he got up and they chased him again. It's a fun video, unless you're the coyote. And then you're like, man, what did I do? All right, we got to take a quick break. You want to hang out? What are you doing?
Actually, I need to take off.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Go eat some hot dog sandwiches.
Yeah. Soup and sandwich. is the way you order it if you're from out of town.
Fruit Loops and
a soup and sandwich. Fruit Loops.
That Nathan's, it's a soup and sandwich.
Yeah. Well, we learn something every day. Thanks, Greg. Have a good day.
All right, I'll see you.
We'll be right back. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Yeah, that interesting video that we're watching on the Cowboy State Daily website. Part of the story from Mark Hines, wildlife outdoors reporter. And video shared with him by Christina Gaylor, field assistant with the American Canid Project. And she told Cowboy State Daily she's seen plenty of drama unfold between coyotes, wolves, and potential prey like pronghorn and bison. And sometimes the hunter becomes the hunted. It's not an easy meal for a coyote by any means. She's seen female bison, mama bison, defending their red dog calves against wolves. And she's seen coyotes being run off by pronghorn. You wouldn't think that that would be it would go that way. But, when you got, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's like a dozen pronghorn chasing this one poor coyote. The coyote apparently got made contact or got teeth on a fawn. Like, it was pretty close to snatching a fawn. It was obviously the coyote's intent to snatch a pronghorn fawn. This happened about 8 in the morning in Lamar Valley last Friday. And Gaylor had been observing this going on and then fired up the phone and started taking the video. In the roughly 2-minute clip of some of the more intense moments of the chase, which Gaylor said lasted for like 36 minutes. These pronghorn chasing and harassing away the coyote. The coyote can be seen zigzagging, trying to get away from these pronghorn. It doesn't have the outright speed to do it. Pronghorn are, after the cheetah, they're like the fastest land mammal on Earth. And this coyote, he can't get away. He tries, and every once in a while he does. There seems to be contact where he gets thumped by a pronghorn hoof. Eventually the coyote did get away. According to the video taker, Gaylor, and said they saw the coyote the next day, and they said he seemed fine. That's not to say he didn't have a cracked rib or something. But they said he never did get the fawn. He didn't get the reward, but he seemed okay. Pretty interesting. Gaylor was hanging out with Lori Lyman of Yellowstone Reports, and they watched the whole thing take place. Pretty cool watching nature at work. And not, something I've seen before. I've seen coyotes. They're good at hunting, but their main snack is a chiseler or something small. Yeah, they'll go after fawns, but if they're alone and doing it without the help of their pack, they're not terribly successful. And they're not terribly courageous in their attempt to hunt anything bigger than a rabbit. And I've seen coyotes run off by small stuff, including magpies. Squawking magpies can just be too much for a coyote. It's just not worth it, I think the dog thinks. Other stories we're looking at in the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, this guy in Evansville. What do you think? I would like to know what everybody's thinking, because this guy's getting some grief. Evansville resident Jeremy Brown. Evansville, by the way, is just sort of Casper North or Casper East, but it does have its own town council, its own mayor, and the mayor of Evansville decided to put up some small flags on the lawn, some small lawn flags there at Town Hall. Mayor Candace Machado said, I made the decision myself. I didn't consult anybody else on the council. These flags were donated, and I thought, it's Pride Month. I'm going to put them up for Pride Week here in Evansville. And of course, Pride has come to mean support for the LGBTQ community. And it didn't go over well with at least one Evansville resident whose reaction to seeing the pride flags was to start busting out his chalk art skills and started drawing swastikas all over the place. Many of them, dozens of them on the sidewalk right there in front of Town Hall. There's nothing illegal about it. The cops say it's not graffiti because it's not permanent medium that he used. The chalk makes it okay what he did, but how far is he ready to push the limit? Jeremy Brown drew these swastikas in chalk, then marched into a town council meeting on Monday and gave the city leadership a tongue lashing over the whole thing, said he was going to continue drawing swastikas as long as they kept the pride flags out there. In fact, he ordered his own swastika flags that he was ready to put up as well. So, how far do they want to take free speech in Evansville? Things starting to get kind of crazy in Evansville. We'll talk more about that when we return later this morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and this is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The town of Evansville was jolted Monday after a man chalked swastikas on the walkways of Town Hall and leveled aggressive accusations against city leaders in protest to pride flags displayed on city property. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that after drawing the swastikas, Evansville resident Jeremy Brown marched into a public hearing and unleashed a vehement tirade against city leadership.
Jeremy Brown threatened the city that if they did not take down their pride flags, he has ordered swastika flags, and he is threatening to install them on city property beside the pride flags. So as to what happens if it escalates to that point, the city wouldn't comment. We'll just have to wait and see if that's indeed what happens.
Evansville Police Chief Mike Thompson told Cowboy State Daily that the town has never had to address an issue like this before, but the department is on alert and on guard for escalation. When a Bureau of Land Management rule under the Biden administration rolled out to shut down coal leasing in the Powder River Basin by 2041, Wyoming and Montana sued to reverse the attempt. But now, with the BLM under the direction of the Trump administration halting that to increase coal production in the Powder River Basin, tribes and environmental groups want to join the fight against the Wyoming and Montana lawsuit. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the groups successfully sued BLM twice before over inadequate environmental reviews.
The tribes and these environmental groups are saying, hey, we just went through this huge legal fight to put the RMP in the Powder River Basin, to put the policy there on track with our values, that it's time to move away from coal, it's time to move beyond coal. And that's not a message you hear in a lot of corners in certain parts of Wyoming, but it is a national message, and it's one that conservation groups like the Sierra Club have really taken up. The Trump administration isn't interested in propping up an old policy from the Biden administration.
The Powder River Basin accounts for 85% of all federal coal produced in the United States. A motorcycle slamming into a concrete wall is the latest incident at a parking garage in downtown Cheyenne known for chaos. Brian Snyder, who owns Bohemian Metals directly across from the garage, says the hot rodding generally starts every day after 5 p.m. at the Jack C. Spiker parking structure downtown on 17th Street. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the mayor, police chief, county sheriff, and city council members all say they're aware of the issues and are trying to fix them.
And what happened Friday is evidently a piece of equipment failed, his clutch failed or something like that. And so he rammed into a concrete wall full speed. Imagine if somebody had been walking across there, they would have been hit. Maybe this would have been a story about 2 injuries instead of just 1. The city says they're ramping up enforcement.
According to the Cheyenne Police Department, the rider involved in the accident was transported by ambulance to a hospital for treatment of non-life-threatening injuries and ticketed for careless driving, riding without a motorcycle endorsement, and failure to provide proof of insurance. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, life isn't easy for coyotes in Yellowstone National Park. One coyote that tried to snatch a fawn from a herd of pronghorn in Yellowstone's Lamar Valley early Friday ended up running for its life with a band of irate does on its tail for more than 30 minutes. The chase was captured on video by a wildlife observer who shared a clip of the most intense part of the chase with outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
She said the entirety of the incident went on for more than a half hour, and she said even after the coyote hid down by a riverbank, the does were still walking around looking for him. He eventually did get away, apparently none worse for the wear, but just kind of highlights how dangerous it is for them. Actually, with wild canines, that's probably one of the more common causes of injury and death, is getting kicked or stomped or otherwise hammered by the very prey animals that they're hunting.
The woman who captured the video said watching the pursuit unfold gave her a new appreciation for the tenacity of pronghorn, as well as the risks that coyotes take just trying to get meals for themselves or their own young. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Yeah, the coyote being chased by pronghorn, fascinating animal stuff. I mean, the animal kingdom just full of all kinds of fascinating things. How about the animals that live in the ocean? They're all so mysterious. You know, we probably have not discovered every species of sea life, oceanic life. There's probably stuff that lives in there. I mean, we're still discovering new stuff all the time. I'm reading this story about scientists recently radiocarbon dated the eye proteins of some 24 Greenland sharks. Greenland's got a pretty cool population of sharks around it. Greenland makes Cape Cod sharks look like poodles. Greenland's got some serious sharks. Australia too. But Greenland sharks, yeah, are pretty neat. And sharks in general, I mean, outside of the movie Jaws, sharks are cool and super scary. But sharks also are old, man. Sharks have been around since, like, sharks were alive back when the dinosaurs were going. If you want to believe that theory of creation. And sharks are, they're like the oldest thing on the planet. I know that crocodiles and alligators look like dinosaurs and they've been around a long time, but sharks are among the oldest living marine species. Fossil evidence indicates sharks have existed on Earth for at least 450 million years, predating things like dinosaurs. Sharks were here before dinosaurs. Sharks seen dinosaurs come and go. They're just a fad, sharks think. Sharks were here before trees were invented. According to scientists, sharks were swimming the oceans before there was even a tree grown on Earth. Dang. So sharks are old, but how old can sharks get? Some of these big, deep sea sharks that kind of float and like conserve their strength. Not these little guys, not the hammerheads. I mean, some of these big ones, they just lumber along. They eat like once a week. They can live. Radiocarbon dating of eye proteins on this shark study in Greenland found at least one female was estimated to be 400 years old, meaning she's been wandering the oceans since the 1620s. This shark as a pup, what is a young shark? What are they called? Are they called a pup? What's a baby shark called? I thought they were called a pup. They are called a pup. Oh, wow. I'm right for once. Somebody write this date down. June 11th. Jake was correct about something he just spouted. Yeah, sharks. This little shark as a pup could have seen Christopher Columbus's. He could have bumped into the Santa Maria. He could have thumped it. Right? When did Christopher? Oh, maybe not. Christopher Columbus. Yeah, 16. Kimmy, when did Christopher Columbus sail?
1492.
Oh, 14. All right. Well, okay. The shark's not that old. 1492. So what happened in 1620 that was oceanic? There's probably something going on. Oh, the Mayflower. Okay, there we go. 1620. The Mayflower. September 16th, 1620. The Mayflower set sail from Plymouth, England, bound for the Americas with 102 passengers. And everybody knows that on that trip, if you read the diaries of some of these early American settlers, their diary said, oh, this journey's really long. I'm starving. The food on this cruise is atrocious. The entertainment sucks. It's been the same band every night. And, oh, yeah, we're constantly harassed by sharks bumping into the Mayflower's sides. Thump. We're going to need a bigger Mayflower. This little shark pup could have been one of them that was bumping into the Mayflower. That's what I'm saying. That's incredible, right? Man, wildlife. Yeah, scientists say one of the Greenland sharks, that scientists say some of them, I mean, they knew going into this study that this type of shark could live 300 to an estimated 500 years, some of these sharks. And in this case, if you believe radiocarbon dating, which I don't necessarily believe, I think it's flawed personally, but okay. Radiocarbon dated this shark as an estimated 400 years old. Unbelievable. I hope they didn't have to kill the shark to do this, to get its eye proteins. But yeah, that means that shark could have been around in 1620, and that shark could have trailed the Mayflower as it's made its journey. That shark was probably thinking, what is that? I've never seen something like that. I wonder if that's food. Yeah, that's fascinating. So your takeaway this morning, kids, your history lesson is the Mayflower was attacked by this crazy Greenland shark that's still alive today. Wow. This story from Renee Jean, very interesting. And I want to talk to Tyler Lindholm, who is a very interesting guy. I wish Tyler, who is a rancher, by the way, and a former legislator, I wish Tyler was still in the legislature, because I think he's a pretty smart guy, and he's somebody I want down there in Cheyenne representing me, Tyler Lindholm. And he weighs in on this story from Renee Jean, why Wyoming isn't joining the ban on lab-grown meat. Montana has instituted some legislation. Nebraska has passed laws. As two beef-producing states, Montana and Nebraska, they say, we don't want anything to do with this laboratory-grown meat in a petri dish. That's not beef. That's not meat. And they've passed laws to ban laboratory meat, which supposedly is getting popular. I don't know anybody who's ever eaten it. I don't know where you would even go to get it. But should Wyoming do the same? Should Wyoming do similar and ban lab-grown meat in order to protect, obviously, our beef industry? That's the question Renee Jean proposed. And the reason Wyoming has not joined Montana and Nebraska, for instance, in jumping on the bandwagon to ban meat is primarily because, as Tyler Lindholm says, former legislator and rancher, he said it's not because Wyoming ranchers lack widespread distaste for the very idea of lab-grown meat. It's not because Wyoming lawmakers are not interested in protecting the beef industry. It's more about the libertarian leaning of far-right Republicans. It's something that's existed in Wyoming a long time. Wyoming, a true blue Republican in Wyoming, or a true red Republican in Wyoming, should have a good dose of libertarian in their thinking. In other words, you don't need government telling you what you can and can't do all the time. And Tyler Lindholm pretty much said that same thing. He said that he understands. Tyler said it's easy to throw out a piece of legislation and act indignant down at the state capitol. He should know, because the Wyoming rancher was a longtime rep down there. I think he was a House rep. He said it's easy to throw out a piece of legislation and get all indignant down at the state capitol, but when it comes down to the principles of what they're proposing, that's where things get tough here, for him anyway. And Lindholm says, I understand this is a cattle state. I raise cattle for a living, but we're also a state known for its freedom and its food freedoms. And for them to take the stance that we're going to start banning types of food just because we don't like them, that's a tough road to go down. Lindholm added, it's authoritarian as hell. You're telling people what they can and cannot eat. And that's no different than, for instance, banning horse meat, or banning, he said it's a bridge too far, telling me what I can do with my digestive tract. That's not right, says Tyler Lindholm. I could see that. Meanwhile, the beef industry, well, I don't know what Joe Magnano would say. Is that how you say his name? Lobbyist Jim Magana. I can never say his name. We'll have to get Jim on it. He can say his own name. Wyoming Stock Grower Association's executive vice president. Jim said, we think it's a horrible product, meaning the lab-grown meat. But at this point, it's really the consumer that's almost banning it. It is, because nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's going to eat it. Again, yes, it's because they're not stepping up to the plate. They're not purchasing it in any meaningful volume right now. So it looks like the beef industry, at least according to the Wyoming Stock Growers Association, believes a ban on laboratory grown meat might not be necessary because it's already de facto being banned by the public. At least in Wyoming, nobody wants anything to do with it. You want to know where your steak came from? You want to know where your beef came from? There's this big push to go farm to fork, ranch to plate. A lot of restaurants finding great success in offering locally produced beef. A lot of diners enjoying the idea that, hey, this steak was grown. I can look out the window of my restaurant and see the ranch where this steak came from. That's reassuring. More reassuring than knowing what's the background on my T-bone. Well, it was produced in a laboratory in California. We scratched a couple of cells off this. We put it in a vial, and there's your Wagyu. Oh, gross, man. Lab-grown meat, by the way, Renee Jean writes, is not being sold in any U.S. grocery stores or restaurants yet. Okay, so you can't even get lab-grown meat yet. Not even in California? But 6 states have already stepped up saying when the time comes, they're going to ban laboratory-grown beef. Nebraska and Montana are the 2 latest to join the bandwagon of the anti-lab-grown meat movement. Last year, Wyoming considered a bill to ban cultivated meat. It was House Bill 168. The bill passed the House relatively easy, as Freedom Caucus and the House rowdies were all about it. But the Senate, that's where it kind of ground to a halt, so to speak. The bill was brought by John Eklund, Republican of Laramie. He said, I ran it as a food safety bill. I may run it again. He said it had broad support. Food safety bill, meaning I would assume that Representative Eklund was saying, hey, we don't know enough about laboratory-produced beef. There's not enough history here. I'm a little skeptical as how safe it is to consume. And yeah, that makes sense. But telling Wyomingites what they can eat, that gets a little sticky. And that's where some senators, I'll bet, in Cheyenne were afraid to go. We don't want to go that far. Also at stake, though, is protecting a brand. Protecting a name. For instance, National Cattlemen Association, Mike Yin, who is both past president and a current member of the Cattlemen's Association, said, you got to be careful to lose the word meat. He said, we don't like fake meat, but we know it's got a following. And states can take the banning approach, but what we would like to see is defining a better definition of what is meat. We need to have a fair and equal labeling, talking about what is and what is not meat. And he pointed out, he said, for instance, just look at the milk industry. Yin said, milk is the poster child example of what happens if you don't protect your brand. Milk did not protect their trade name, milk. And now you have, Yin says, soy milk, oat milk, all kinds of fake milk. You have milk. Just go to any Starbucks and watch people order their triple latte, cinnamon, chocolate, soy milk, almond milk latte. Almonds don't produce milk. Almonds a nut. It's juice. Almond juice, maybe, is what you're drinking. It's not almond milk, yet nobody's objecting to the use of milk when it pertains to soy or oat, because ISIL said the milk industry, the dairy industry, did not protect its brand. He said that's why we're protective of beef and the beef label. And that's his concern. You can ban the lab meat if you want as a state, but National Cattlemen's Association former president Mark ISIL said, I would rather see the beef industry protect the word beef and what beef really means, what beef really is. And beef comes from a cow and not from a lab room, not from a beaker. Comes from bovine, not beaker. There's your new catchphrase. Yeah, he's got a good point. Tyler Lindholm, I think, has a good point about. We reached out to Tyler to get him on the show. I think he'll be on here one of these days pretty quick. But yeah, Tyler takes the anti-approach. He is a former lawmaker, so he knows how to make law. He knows the importance of laws. He understands why states would start banning beef in order to protect their cattle industry and their beef industry. He gets that. And he also knows what it's like to be up against all kinds of challenges. He's a rancher himself. He runs cattle. That's what he does. Yet still, he's not ready to back any kind of legislation that would tell the Wyoming consumer, the Wyoming resident, what he or she can eat or not eat. He said that's a bridge too far. I can't say I don't agree, Mr. Lindholm. I think you're exactly right on that one. What else is going on? So it looks, I'm just waiting to see if Don Day is going to get here. I forget. Let me see what Don said. I think he would not be available. I'm on the road. He's doing something on the Florida Gulf Coast. Okay, we can ask him about that. Not likely going to be able to join for Wednesday. Oh, it is Wednesday. Likely not going to be able to call on Wednesday. Iffy for Thursday. Okay. So, yeah, Don's not going to be able to make it. And I did want to ask Don Day my question about weather. Why can't hurricanes cross the equator or cross the hemisphere into another hemisphere, across the equator? Never happened. And I also wanted to ask Don, what do meteorologists talk about? What do they use for idle chit-chat? The rest of us use weather. Like, how about that thunderstorm last night? I don't think weather guys chit-chat about weather in a casual way. I think they're all crazy serious about it. So they must have another topic they talk about when they just want to mindlessly blather like I do every morning. Well, we could take a break. How about we do that? Yeah, I'll give you a break from my mindless blather. We'll be right back. We'll talk about Teton Pass. They're rebuilding that thing. It's ready for a grand reopening. In about 1 year anniversary of a mountain falling apart. How fast does it take to rebuild a mountain? Pretty fast if you're YDOT. Impressive what they were able to do at Teton Pass and what they're up against in the Green River tunnels in I-80. We'll talk all things highway next. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Coyote, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Yeah, we're back to it, and I want to get to this Moorcroft man. This is a segment I think we're just going to call, a new segment on the show, and we're going to label it Unsympathetic to a Fault. The New Jersey man gored by a bison. Duh. Finding it hard to be compassionate here. The Moorcroft man accused of touching girls during church. Not finding a lot of sympathy here. And the motorcyclist who makes it, I guess, a regular practice every afternoon about 5:30 to race his motorcycle loudly through the parking garage in Cheyenne, trying to make as much noise as possible and set off all the car alarms and just annoy everyone in the neighborhood. Oops, he crashed himself into the wall doing it. Sorry, not sorry. Yes, it's the new segment where I find it hard to conjure any sympathetic feelings. This Moorcroft man, well, at least he came clean. I'll give that to him. He didn't have to be hunted down like Frankenstein by residents carrying torches and sticks. He came forward. The case of Chuck Massey is who we're talking about. Chuck is 64 years old. Moorcroft man faces up to 81 years in prison if convicted. All these are alleged crimes, although Massey has said himself, quote, "I'm the terrible one." Accused of touching girls during local church services. The girls as young as kindergarten age. This went on for 3-4 years, I believe, when Massey was about 49, 50, 51 years old in that period. Moorcroft Police Department officers arrested Massey on May 23rd after he disclosed the crimes, which allegedly happened more than a decade ago. He was meeting with a counselor, and Massey confessed. I think it weighed heavy on him. Confessed to the counselor about this sexual activity with children, about feeling these young girls up back in the day, and the counselor said, "You realize I'm going to have to report this to authorities." And Massey said, "Yeah, I know." He wanted to be over and done with it. So Massey said also in an affidavit, "I'm not saying the girls liked it, and it wasn't them. It was all me. I'm the terrible one, and I'm going for help." So a couple days after this interview session with the counselor, who I think is named, I'm not sure the counselor's named in this, but the counselor did get in touch with Moorcroft Police Department officer Teton Dawson, and Teton Dawson conducted his own interview with Massey and found enough evidence there to take him into custody. Moorcroft Police Chief Bill Bryant also interviewed Massey, and they found enough there that we're going to court with this. They did not simply take Massey's word for it, although I think that's enough. If you got a guy who comes forward and said, "Yeah, I did this and this and this and this," you could, for me, that's good enough. I don't even know why we're going to trial. I certainly don't feel a need to go get these young ladies and make them relive all this again. But they did. They went and found these girls who were, 5 years old, 6 years old at the time, 7, 8. They're now teenagers. One of the girls is now 15. She said, "Yeah, Massey used to sit next to her, rub her armpit, try to touch her breasts, and other stuff that I'm not going to say on the air." Yeah, more than one. I think they interviewed a 19-year-old, another 15-year-old. Yeah, a 20-year-old woman who said she was around 7 years old at the time. All of them responded with the same thing. Yeah, Massey. And it seems Massey was kind of well known for doing this. In fact, one dad reported him. His daughter said, "That guy is feeling me up." The dad should have knocked him out. But the dad went to the church and told the pastor. Apparently nothing was done. He told a local priest. There were other parents that knew enough to tell their kids, "Don't sit next to him." Obviously, it starts there. Don't even sit next to this guy. Stay away from him. Massey's got a lawyer, Joshua Taylor, who's up against a pretty tough task. He did not respond to a voicemail left in time for publication, but Massey right now is out of jail on a $20,000 cash or surety bond. He did not respond to a voicemail left for him either. All we have is his statements made in an affidavit where he says, "Yeah, I'm the terrible one. I'm the one." So it sounds like full confession, just waiting on sentencing at this point. Looking at felony level charges that could add up to some 81 years in prison. Crook County District Court for the Moorcroft men. And yeah, I'm finding not a whole lot of sympathy, honestly. Nor for this guy, the poor motorcyclist who smashed himself into the parking garage wall. You could say, well, this was inevitable. This was a day that was coming. At the Jack Spiker parking structure downtown Cheyenne on 17th Street. This place has been in the news before. Brian Snyder owns Bohemian Metals directly across from the garage, and he's among those who's been vocal about complaining about this parking garage. He wants the city, he wants police, somebody to do something about it. He said every day the hot rodding starts about 5 o'clock. Particularly active on Friday nights. Snyder said, all kinds of Friday night shenanigans. You got cars, motorcycles. They like to drive through the garage at full speed, throttle up, and make their backfiring popping sounds, which I didn't know what that was. I don't live in this world. You know, I don't have a souped up four-banger that I've modified to be loud. That was all I don't know if that's still the thing with Mexicans. Mexicans love to do that. I'm not racial profiling. I'm just telling you, it's not every Mexican that does it. It's not that kind of cart before the horse. It's not that kind of if-then statement. But every car I hear that's a four-cylinder that's made to sound loud, like it's rattling down the road, almost every time it's a Mexican. They like to have their four-bangers sound really loud. I don't know why. I don't know why the Mexicans in LA like to have their cars jumping up and down with the hydraulics. I don't get it. That's not my scene. I don't understand why vehicles have to be made louder. I don't even know why that's legal, man. They should be ticketed for being too loud. And definitely motorcycles. It's just regular old white guys trying to be loud on motorcycles. The Harley Davidson, the louder the better, right? Rumbling. Yeah, I just have issues with people being loud with their vehicles and then purposely loud, making them louder. So this guy's revving his motorcycle in the parking garage, Brian Snyder said, like he always does. He said, I can hear him racing through the garage, throttle up. Sounds like it's going to blow up, he said. It sounds like a get off my lawn OG, doesn't it? A get off my lawn boomer. Brian Snyder, like, I can hear him in there revving it up. It sounds like he's going to blow up the whole parking facility. Lots of RPMs, Snyder said. He got so many RPMs. He got a whole bucket full of RPMs that he's got. And he's making that backfiring, popping sound, Snyder says. It's like a game. Snyder continued. He does it all the time to set off the alarms. So the motorcycle is racing through, the car alarm's going off, and then Snyder said he heard something different. He heard something quite unusual that he doesn't normally hear. It was an explosive sound, much louder than usual. And Snyder thought right away, oh, he's crashed that thing. And if I'm Snyder, I'm given to applause at that point. Hey, way to go, kid. Now you finally learned your lesson. But Snyder didn't do that. He said what I heard was the impact of his motorcycle. He feels bad. He said, I hope he's okay. But yeah, he's kind of had it with the whole behavior there. He went over to see if this motorcyclist was all right. He said by the time he got there, the ambulance was already there. And that motorist, by the way, according to Cheyenne PD, was ticketed for reckless driving. So now we at least have an ID on one of these hooligans that likes to use the parking garage for their entertainment. We know one of them, and he's in the ER right now. I think he's going to be all right. What did we find out? The Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins told Cowboy State Daily he was disappointed in the hot rodding behavior continues. He's already told the coppers, Cheyenne PD, to throttle down on the throttle up going on at the parking garage. Police have done what they can. The town council also, city council says, we know what's going on there. We're trying. Meanwhile, I think that motorcyclist, I really don't care that much about his well-being to find out if he's okay. I'm assuming he's not somewhat okay. But yeah, another story in my new segment, Hard to Find Sympathy, or World's Smallest Violin. New Jersey man gored by bison. We'll talk about that next. Andrew Rossy coming on the show, hopefully, and that's his story, along with the rebuild of Teton Pass. Way to go, WYDOT. We're going to have a Wyoming Department of Transportation person on, I think tomorrow. Darren Westby will be on. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, Darren's on tomorrow, and he'll talk about how WYDOT was able to rebuild a mountain. I mean, Mother Nature took 50,000 years to make the Tetons. At least. I think they're 50,000. They're one of the youngest mountain chains in the world. But somehow the Wyoming Department of Transportation was able to fix a mountain in a year. Unbelievable. In fact, traffic, remember that terrible landslide on Teton Pass, and that was mitigated in weeks. There was a detour in 3 weeks. That was unbelievably fast. And to think that it's now going to be paved and reopened, the permanent solution going to be in place by the end of July, unbelievably fast. Way to go, WYDOT. WYDOT's also dealing with the Green River Tunnel, the westbound tunnel that had that horrific crash in it, and they're doing a rebuild there. That one might take a while, but we'll get the latest update on that from Darren Westby when he pops in the show tomorrow. Andrew Rossy next, presumably right after this. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
All right, it's time for our newest segment on the show. It's called Rossy's Full of It. Inspired by my wife, who looked outside last night, set the alarm to go look at the full moon, said, it's not red and it's not low. It's just a regular full moon. And you can tell Rossy that. I'm like, go back to bed, honey. Stop bothering Andrew.
Well, I know better than to contradict anyone's wife, so we'll run with that assessment.
Darn, I can't bait you into that one.
I know enough diplomacy to know not to wade into that one.
Yeah. Well, the strawberry moon was underwhelming, let's say, but it was the lowest moonshot, the lowest full moon you're going to see in kind of a long span of nearly 40 years, right? You're not going to see that again.
Yep, hasn't been this low in the sky since 2006, and it won't be this low in the sky again until 2043. So even if it didn't seem that low, I mean, perspective's everything, so it might not have looked that low, but technically it's as low as it, or pretty close to as low as it can go in the sky from our Wyoming perspective.
All right. Part 2 of Rossy's Full of It. Your story about the briny fly, the brine flies on the Great Salt Lake. You're trying to convince us flies are actually a good thing. They're harmless and they're not hurting anybody. There's a whole swarm of flies at the Salt Lake right now.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people would be keen to persuade everyone that there's nothing to be there's nothing to be afraid of when it comes the brine flies, because they don't bite. They hover close to the surface. They only rise about a foot or so above the ground, and they live very short lifespans. But during those lifespans, they're an enormous food source. They help show the health of the Salt Lake environment and everything like that. So they're very important. And that's the thing, is that there are billions of them on the shores of the Great Salt Lake, and people freak out about flies because we just freak out about insects. But there's nothing to be worried about when it comes to brine flies. And I personally wouldn't like to encounter them, but there's nothing wrong with them.
Getting a little bit of cringe looking at the photos. They happen to hatch at the same time those no-see-ums do, and those are the ones that give us problems.
Yeah, those are the jerks. Those are the ones that'll bite you and suck your blood, but that is not the brine flies. Brine flies eat plankton, just microscopic creatures. They're not interested in anything that's coming out of us. The no-see-ums are the ones that hatch at the same time and the ones that are biting. So people make the association because there are more brine flies visible than no-see-ums. I mean, no-see-ums is kind of all in the name. So they blame the brine flies for that when they're actually not guilty of that at all.
Well, between the strawberry moon and your notion that flies are not bad, I'm really skeptical of any story byline to Andrew Rossy. Now you're telling me that YDOT's rebuilt a mountain in about a year. By the end of July, they got a permanent fix for Teton Pass. Unbelievable.
Well, that one, you don't have to take my word on it. You can actually go out there. I mean, you could drive it yourself if you want to. And yeah, they are closing it June 20th to June 23rd to put the final touches on it. But then when it reopens on that Monday, you'll be driving on the actual Teton Pass, which is over the Big Fill slide, which is basically like a ziggurat of reinforced fill that's designed to last another 70 years, but it could last a lot longer than that because, as you pointed out, it's one of your previous stories about this. It had the old fill that had been there, the old infrastructure to keep Teton Pass in place, that had reached the end of its 70-year lifespan when it collapsed. So we can't really fault anyone for the design. The design worked as intended for as long as it was designed to, but it was time for change. And within a year, we've got a big change, and that's going to be the permanent solution. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, for Department of Transportation to get a temporary solution up that fast, I was just, we were all astounded to see how fast the highway department could get something done. We've seen other stretches of highway where you wonder, are they ever going to fix this or finish this project? YDOT got on this, and I think it was like 3 weeks, right? They were open with a temporary detour.
Yep, temporary detour was open in 3 weeks, and they were able to design and implement a new solution for Teton Pass and to address a very angry email that I got last night. I should also mention that YDOT has a lot of thanks to give to the contractors that they hire. I believe Ames Construction was the contractor that was hired to put this together. So it's not just YDOT alone. They have some fantastic partners that help them get these things done, and that's been proven again and again over the years, especially like I was reminded of the rebuilding of the North Entrance Road in Yellowstone. That was a problem that nobody knew needed to be solved until those devastating floods. And yet YDOT found the right people. They got a plan together and they implemented a solution in record time. So we've got really darn good road crews out here, regardless of, who you're talking about. We've got high quality teams.
Yeah, YDOT brings some engineers, they bring, snow plows, but when it comes to major projects like this, they got to hire out. And these contractors locally, I know the ones in this in the Teton County area that stepped up to get this done are the best of the best. And what a job to have this open. Now, there is going to be a 3-day closure. That's going to be a little bit painful. Not as bad as a 10-day alternate, 1-lane thing. That would be worse. I like either rip the Band-Aid and do 3 days close. When is that coming up? That's next weekend, right?
Next weekend. So they're closing it at 6 p.m. on Friday, June 20th. It'll be closed over the weekend and then reopen at 6 a.m. on June 23rd. So it's just a weekend. And I agree. I think that one weekend without Teton Pass is better than 10 days of, because I imagine a lot of people would be grumbling about the wait and the delay and everything. That's not to say there won't be delays for the rest of June and into July as they finish everything off, but the pass itself won't be closed, which I think is the important thing. So they're going to close it for really just this 2-day period with some overlap on the other 2 days and get this finished, get the new stretch of highway connected to the old stretch of highway, and then the new Teton Pass will effectively be done on the driving portion. They've got to reclaim some land, get rid of the detour, but then it's functionally finished by the end of June, and then July is just cleaning up everything. That's remarkable.
That is, it really is. And kudos to YDOT to get it done, and also the weekend closure is acknowledging that most of the trips over that pass are commuters going to and from work, not necessarily tourists. So to, close it over the weekend where most of us are not going to and from work, that's a smart move. That's a considerate move. Darren Westby will be on the show from YDOT tomorrow, and he'll talk about that and a little bit of the Green River Tunnel. YDOT's always got something they got to go out and fix. The nature of highways.
And that's it. These are the projects that are in addition to their usual, I imagine, growing backlog of projects that they'd like to be doing, but they have to address these sudden, unexpected things, and they do a good job of it.
You always have your eye on Yellowstone. Mike Poland has his eye on what's underneath Yellowstone. We talked to Mike the other day. It was very informative. But what happens in Yellowstone with regularity and predictability, I'm not talking about Old Faithful. As predictable as that is a bison encounter and a bison goring. We have number 2 of the season, a New Jersey man.
Yep. So 2 already. We had 2 in 2024, 1 in 2023. So who knows what the rest of the summer is going to give us. It's a fun, exciting challenge.
What do you have on your bingo card?
Oh, geez. Well, we haven't had anything bear related yet. I imagine that's only a matter of time. And no thermal related injuries yet. So it's unfortunately, I mean, I hate to say it, but you've got to, take something of an optimistic look at, or at least poke fun at it. It's just a question of time with these things, because people are people. Because I was joking with Wendy Core when we were interviewing about it last night, talking about the second bison goring of the year happened yesterday morning. New Jersey man was part of a group that got too close to bison. It's breaking news every time it happens, but it's telling the same story every time, because what happens? Well, he got too close and the bison turned and charged and gored him, and he escaped with minor injuries, which was fortunate for him. But the park always says, we ask that you maintain that 25-meter distance between you and bison. Whether or not you do, that's your responsibility. It's not a law saying that you can get closer, but you're taking your own safety and your own life into your hands. And that's the story every time this happens. It's very rare we get a twist or something where we get a different perspective on it. It's just people deliberately choosing to not listen to the rules that are in place.
Frustratingly baffling. Every time you hear about an incident like this, you're like, are you the last guy on the planet who's not gotten the message? Apparently.
But it gives us plenty to talk about.
It sure does. Video or it didn't happen, at least provide photos of your demise at Yellowstone. Your poor choices. At least have somebody getting video. Thanks, Andrew.
Have a good one, Jake.
You too. Appreciate you. Andrew Rossy joining the conversation. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Some Wyoming public school districts are moving toward restricting homeschool families' access to pre-high school level sports and activities, just as two new laws empowering the homeschool movement are taking effect. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a few public school superintendents who theorize that their peers are digging in their heels against the homeschool empowerment laws so they don't have to participate in their own, quote, demise.
As you see this push to use public funds for private school use, for homeschool use, you're also seeing some of the public schools like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe we won't have such an open door policy offering some of our activities to homeschool students where we can help it because these programs are chipping away at our foundation.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, told Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she'll propose a law change in the coming weeks to prevent the districts from limiting homeschoolers' access to middle school and junior high level activities. A New Jersey man was gored by a bison in Yellowstone National Park on Tuesday, making him the second person to be gored this year. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the incident occurred at approximately 9:45 a.m. in the Upper Geyser Basin near Old Faithful, the busiest area in Yellowstone.
He escaped with minor injuries, and he was very lucky to do so. The thing is, bison goring is breaking news, but it's also the same old story. The National Park Service is consistent. Stay 25 yards away from all big animals, including bison, when you're in the park. But it also states that it's your responsibility to maintain that distance. And it seems that a lot of people are perfectly happy to disregard.
This is the second bison goring in Yellowstone in 2025. The first occurred on Sunday, May 4th, when a Florida man got too close to a bison at Lake Village. Well, those disappointed in a plan to manage 3.6 million acres of federal public land spread across southwest Wyoming feel a reversal of fortune rising with recent efforts to steer the document back in the direction of more drilling. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that critics of the BLM's plan point to a University of Wyoming study that shows the RMP could cost the state up to $245 million in lost revenue over 4 years, with oil and gas production taking a major hit that could ripple through local tax coffers.
Clearly, the financial hit is something that critics of the original RMP are bringing up now. What they'll run into is a lot of opposition from the conservation community, who sees a lot of wild resource out there that they would like to see not developed for energy. And what we have now is really a momentum shift, a policy shift coming from the Trump administration for all of these RMPs across the whole state, and supporters of an amended RMP really feeling good about what's next.
The UW analysis found that various restrictions conservation scenarios in the controversial federal land plan could lead to revenue losses ranging from $40.8 million to $245 million through 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A year after a significant portion of Wyoming Highway 22 collapsed down the side of the mountain at Teton Pass, traffic will drive on a newly reinforced road over the Big Phil Slide as early as the end of this month. The loss of Teton Pass devastated local commuters and communities when the road slid down the side of the mountain just over a year ago. But in what's been called a textbook response to the catastrophic failure, the Wyoming Department of Transportation will open the new Teton Pass before the end of June, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the entire project is scheduled to be completed in July.
Little over a year ago, there was no construction project planned for Teton Pass. Within a year, not only do we have a solution to Teton Pass, and let's remind ourselves that the detour was ready for traffic in 3 weeks. Now, at the end of July, we'll have the 70-year solution ready to go. So they've put a lot of time and effort into not only rebuilding the mountain, but ensuring that this will be the permanent solution.
Drivers won't see the extent of the $40 million project, which included new steel supports drilled into the mountain's bedrock and a ziggurat-like structure of reinforced fill to provide additional stability. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I am more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. It's June 11. Claire McFarland joining the conversation as I speak. She pops into the Zoom room. Good timing, Claire.
Hey.
Let's get right started on the Claire stuff, which includes some school district pushback on homeschooling. This story titled, "As New Homeschool Laws Take Effect, Some Schools Push to Limit Sports Activities." Let's be clear, none of this conversation is talking about high school. Wyoming statute is clear that a student does not need to attend a particular school to join that school's speech and debate team, football team, whatever. Whether you're homeschooled or go to a private school, another school, you can join high school. We're talking about middle school and junior high, and we're seeing maybe some political stuff. Is this? It seems like it could be politically driven. I don't know if you want to weigh in on what is the thinking, but at least tell us what school districts, I think it's Carbon County and Washakie County in particular, considering banning kids from joining their after-school activities and sports at the middle school and junior high level.
Yeah, so I didn't, the Washakie County School District Superintendent did not get back to me. Mike Hamill over at Carbon County did, but kind of reticent about the philosophy behind that. I was able to glean a little bit from kind of a citizen reporter who went to a recent school workshop meeting. And, he confirmed a quote, but very reticent in the public, I guess, in commenting publicly. And so I reached out to other school superintendents across the state. And the two I talked to were like, yeah, we're not really headed that direction necessarily, but we understand what is probably going on there. And so I definitely picked up on the sense like there's rumblings across school districts. And I definitely heard during the course of my interviews, like those two school districts probably aren't the only ones.
So, I mean, it could be one of two things that I think your citizen reporter was astute in noticing. The two things it could be. One is, students being used as, kind of political pawns in politics. This could be a slap back on and a pushback on two House bills, 46, which has, making it a little easier to homeschool kids. You don't have to provide your curriculum and show that and open your books to the school district. That takes effect July 1st. House Bill 199 would appropriate money towards school-age students. So maybe the districts feeling bristling against that, and their pushback, at least in two cases of school districts, is to say, okay, then here's what we're going to do. It could be that.
Well, I mean, the superintendents who kind of weighed in from the sidelines that they were part of this were like, okay, so there's this whole system now where, you're taking money to be part of a system outside of the public school district. And I don't know, it seemed like maybe now that there's this lure to go outside the public school district, some of them are looking less willing to bend over backward to accommodate people who partake of that. And I think that the thinking was always, we have a good product here, it's a package. Maybe if they come do sports, they'll see that. And there's this bridge, there's this connection. And, but I guess the key quote, the money quote was, they are not wanting to participate in their own demise. So if the voucher program is seen as whittling away at the incentives to be part of public school, then you might see less willingness across the state to accommodate people who partake of it.
Yeah, and that quote came, I think, secondhand from a parent, but you got it somewhat confirmed.
No, that was from one of that was from Chase Christensen, one of the superintendents who's not part of this movement, but who rationalized it at length. Like, okay, I get what's going on.
Yeah,
that was his theory. Is like, why are they wanting? They're probably not wanting to participate in their own demise.
Yeah, and that's that's an extreme. But if this thinking from school districts, at least in the case of Carbon County and Washakie County, if the school districts are thinking in their plan to ban participation from homeschool kids for sports at the middle school and junior high level, if the thinking is that this homeschooling is the first step towards a purposeful erosion of public school, elimination of public, that's like, boy, that's kind of.
I mean, it's publicly funded, right? It's publicly funded, so there's a pot of public funds. Some of it goes in their average daily membership, and some of it goes to kids who don't want anything to do with public school or very little to do with public school. And so it's like money's money. Where does the money go? And then where do the services go?
It does cost money to put a football helmet on a 12-year-old. So yeah, I get it. But yeah, so it seems to be just, state statute covers high school, but not middle school and junior high. So Superintendent Degenfelder said she's going to try to get something going in Cheyenne and have legislators close a loophole or just, address it at that level.
Yeah, it's one of those things where a new law makes more laws, makes more laws, makes more laws. Yeah, you're the libertarian. You know that laws breed laws like rabbits. It's like, we have this law that some people are struggling with has now laid bare what the superintendent kind of cast as a loophole in another law. And so she's going to get right up to the Joint Education Committee, be like, let's seal that up. And because she was a proponent of the school choice, or I guess the homeschool empowerment, House Bill 46. I didn't ask where she stood on the voucher. I'm sure we've reported on that, but that would have been a Leo thing. And I would have been knee deep in something at court when he did that.
As the new temporary Leo, another foray into politics that I'm sure Claire hopes is temporary, is this the big, beautiful bill, this 1,000-page bill, which you wonder if any federal lawmakers even read it, every word of it. It's interesting. We had Representative Singh on the other day, and he said, watch out for this thing, because buried in these pages and pages of stuff is something concerning AI and Big Brother. And basically it would say the federal government gets to do all these new advancements in anything artificial intelligence. And the states may have some good ideas, but you got 10 years to just get out of the way and let the big boys do it. And Daniel Singh's like, that's not fair, man. And he wondered, and I wonder if our representatives, Hageman, Lamas, Barrasso, have noticed that in the big, beautiful bill. And will it be a hang-up at the Senate? I mean, this thing's about like a shoo-in at the Senate at this point, unless Daniel Singh's message hits home in D.C. I don't know.
Yeah, Daniel Singh lawmakers are all interesting in their own right. He's interesting because his whoa, watch out for the feds attitude spans differing presidential administration. And that's good. Like, we're in Wyoming. Like, you cannot roll over for the feds when you favor the administration, because we're a small state and we have some quasi-sovereign interests and we have some unique economic interests. And so he's an interesting. There's my son blowing his nose loudly. I'm going to mute.
I have the cat meowing all the time. So, some things we got to deal with. Claire is reading the riot act to said son.
I said, you're on live radio. You have to go.
It's probably hay fever. That's starting to kick in, that whole allergy season.
Oh, we're all sick. Do you hear my voice? I've been up since 3 a.m. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So Daniel's saying very interesting libertarian edge there at play and very keen eyes. In Wyoming, we have a rule that the bills have to be single subject. Right.
Oh,
and so if someone makes an amendment, like, okay, what do we have? We had Mike Yin, I think, do a stunt, and he knew it was a stunt. He was messing about. I think it was an abortion ban a couple years back, and Mike Yin did a stunt where he introduced an amendment that incidentally would have banned the death penalty, right? On a pro-life bill. And there was this huge debate in the House, like, is this germane? Is this germane? I have a single subject rule. Mike Yin knew it was a stunt. He was making a statement, I think. I don't know. Maybe he didn't know it was a stunt. He's a smart guy, though. I'm sure he did.
We can ask him. He's on the show later today, actually.
Are you serious? Yeah. So do you remember that time? I think I was not working for Cowboy State Daily yet. I think I was in small town paper covering that. And but anyway, so if someone does that and tries to bifurcate the bill into separate topics, they have this huge argument about whether it was germane. It's like even deviating a little bit, and Congress. whatever.
Yeah, I hate that when riders and amendments get stuck in a bill that has nothing to do with the bill. It's like we all are frustrated when we see that at the national level anyway. Yeah, so interesting story. That's another one that caught my interest. This story I thought is not even a story, but go look. I guess it is a story. It's Representative Hageman, who backs a bill to change June from Pride Month to Family Month. And I'm thinking, does every month need to sponsor something? Do we have to have the calendar message for us? Like, just get over it already. And then we see in the news today about the Evansville guy drawing swastikas because he's mad about the pride flags and the celebration of Pride Month and Pride Week. I don't know. What should June be, Claire?
I'm not going to get into that. But, speaking of being back with small town paper, when I was with the small town paper, I would watch, proposed federal legislation really carefully. And just a ton of it was designating days and months and weeks. And this is like estranged uncle month. I don't know. That's not actually a thing, but I was just like, what is this? And my editor at the time, not my editor now, very worldly, somewhat cynical guy. I adore him, but he was like, that's all they can accomplish, Claire. They're always gridlocked. They're always, they're always like swimming upstream. And sometimes just to say I did something, you have to be like National Donut Day. Can we all agree?
Just to pick a low-hanging fruit and be able to say, yeah, we did something. Yeah. Oh.
I got 30 bills passed this year. 3 of them were about donuts.
Yeah. Oh my God. We can't make any sense of politics. But you make great sense of like crime and court and law stuff. So tell me what a cold plea is. And tell me what is the end result of this case. We're going to Uintah County, and Shadon Oler, 35-year-old. She's the wife of a man who she was just caught along for the ride, I think. He was allegedly shooting somebody. She heard the shots, pop, 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 and she shares a car ride with him. And she's like, well, we're getting rid of this gun. Was she throwing the gun out the window to try to save his butt, or was she saying, I don't need a gun in this guy's hands right now? That was what was at stake here in this. Was she accessory? How did it turn out? And what is a cold plea?
Okay, so Shadon, she told me, and I mean, the prosecutor and the defense attorney both kind of theorized, like, this is the jury saying she didn't throw it to help him. This is the jury saying, oh, she threw it to be like, oh crap, there's a gun and I just heard gunshots and there's kids in this car. Get this thing off of me. And so that was kind of the direction, and the defense leaning more toward like she was coerced or abused. But definitely both of them thought like that was where the jury broke and acquitted her. It was that intention piece. The intention is that's an element of the crime with which she was charged. And the jury instructions were very specific, like, you have to show that she intended to help this guy. And I take it the jury didn't go for it. They acquitted her. So a cold plea is, and she didn't do that. She went to trial, right? But a cold plea is, I'm going to plead guilty, or usually guilty or a variation of it. And I'm going to do that without a sentencing length agreement in place. So the prosecutor hasn't agreed that she's going to limit my sentence to 3 months. I'm just going in completely blind, throwing myself on the mercy of the judge, who has an up to 6-month window in the case of this crime.
I see. That's what happened to Shadon. Now, was the prosecuting attorney pushing hard for this? This accessory?
Was she pushing hard for the cold plea, or
for just first degree murder, accessory to first degree murder, when it appears, and Shadon was saying, I was just scared. I'm just throwing the gun away.
I mean, the prosecutors, they got to play their part, right?
Yeah.
They got to do their part, and we all have a part. We all have a part to play, right? And the prosecutor's part is, okay, to the state, it looks like you did something that was criminal. And I didn't go to that trial, but looking at the jury instructions, okay, so this prosecutor, Loretta Howison Callis, she had to, this was a lift for just a misdemeanor because she had to prove part of the crime is a crime within a crime. So she had to get the jury or try to get the jury to believe that a first degree murder happened. That guy hasn't been tried yet, right? The husband's not being tried till November.
Yeah.
So she has to get the jury. Okay, a first degree murder happened and this guy did it and this woman helped him cover it up, right? And so those were the things she was supposed to have proved to get the guilty verdict, which she did not get. And so, yeah, for just this being a misdemeanor, and it's a misdemeanor when you're married to the guy or related to the guy. It's a felony if you're not, just so we know which murders to cover up. Cover up a murder for your kid. Right. It's 6 months. Cover up a murder for, a friend. It's 3 years potentially, but that's a side note. So anyway, yeah, the heavy lift for the prosecutor for a misdemeanor charge. So she had to have believed in it to some extent. But when I interviewed her, she was like, "Look, I get it. I get the jury's verdict, and we have a beautiful system, and thank God for that system." Essentially.
Yeah, I mean, she almost had to try the 2 cases at once because Skylar Gray is looking at something, I think let's turn our attention and our efforts towards Skylar Gray, who that still remains to be seen, right? The husband who allegedly did the shooting. When is that coming up soon?
November 3rd, I think he's going to trial on a not guilty plea. And if I recall from my own reporting, he had pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness, but then withdrew that, which is usually a sign. I can't see mental health reports in criminal cases, but that's usually a sign like, ooh, the forensic psychologist did not agree with you, that you were not sane enough to rationalize your conduct in that moment. So if you put him on the stand or her on the stand, you're going to have a rough time demonstrating to the jury your theory, right? That's generally what that's a sign of, is like, oh, that report didn't line up. So then they'll withdraw, and then they can, in Wyoming, you can plead both. You can plead not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness. That way, if one fails, the other one's there to feel safe. Yeah.
We're learning so much. One more thing real quick. I know you got to bounce. Just the only aspect of this story that I want to talk about, because most of it's cringe, is the Moorcroft man, Chuck Massey, who was meeting with a counselor, and I think to get something off his chest said, I was feeling up girls at church about 10 years ago. And the counselor's like, well, that's bad. I'm going to tell law enforcement. Now we got charges. Just based on Massey saying I did this and I feel awful about it, I'm the one, he said. I'm the terrible one. That should be enough. We can go in front of a judge, but we do have to find victims. And unfortunately, we do have to go back to these poor teenage girls and say, what do you remember from this time when you were 6 years old? Oh, it's just horrible. But you have to get victim statements, I guess, huh?
Yeah. In crimes like that, you have to list, in this case, it's victim initials and years of birth, since age is relevant, right?
Yeah.
But in crimes like that, where the victim is a key, you have to list who the victim was. And so, yeah, there was this gap between the confession and the arrest. They had to circle back and interview these girls and do this investigation. And it's hard. Sex crimes are hard.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I don't know, sex crimes are tough.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. All right. Well, on that uplifting note, Claire.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Have a great Wednesday. Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily, continues.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type. No way.
No way. No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back to Studio Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Wednesday, June 11th. We're going to do this day in history. And then I do want to talk about these wildlife signs. There's a new initiative, a new program, a new idea on how to put up roadside signs that get people to slow down so they don't run over wildlife. People ignore signs for the most part. Studies have shown that. Obviously, the evidence is left on the road every night when we see a dead animal. So the message is not getting across. But researchers are taking a new route to keep drivers from barreling through Grand Teton National Park grizzly habitat, and early studies show it's working. We'll tell you about this novel idea and how it works in just a bit. First, let's take a look at this day in history. It's June 11th. These things happened on June 11th, 1865. A party of Sioux were force marched from Fort Laramie to Fort Kearney, Nebraska. On this day in history, 1880, Jeanette Rankin was born on a ranch near Missoula, Montana. She was the first female member of Congress. And so happy birthday, Jeanette Rankin, 1880. 1894, Red Cloud was released from Natrona County Jail. I don't know what he was in jail for other than being Red Cloud. Obviously, he was significant in waging war against the U.S., against the cavalry. It could have been any number of things he'd be in jail for. I was just surprised. That's news to me that Red Cloud was once in the Natrona County Jail. Red Cloud himself, the great chief, the great warrior chief. That's incredible. 1894, on this day, Red Cloud released from Natrona County Jail. I should research that up a little and figure out how long he was in there for and for what. 1898, this day, recruiting began for the Alger Light Artillery of Cheyenne, which would enter federal service as the Battery A, Wyoming Light Artery. This day, 1912, the Franco Wyoming Oil Company opened a refinery in Casper, right near the present-day intersection of Beverly and 4th Street. That was once the Franco Wyoming Oil Company refinery. It was Casper's second refinery, by the way. 1912, this day, substantial flooding occurred in Buffalo. The Occidental Hotel was damaged in the flood. This day in 1914, I'm not sure what that one is. Moving on, I didn't know this either. 1919, on July 11th, or June 11th, that's where we are, 1919, Sir Barton won the Belmont Stakes, thereby becoming the first horse ever to win the Triple Crown, which includes, of course, the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont Stakes, and what's the other one? I should remember. The three great horse races for 3-year-old thoroughbreds. Sir Barton, 1919, first horse to win the Triple Crown. The horse was ridden, by the way, trivia question, by Johnny Loftus. Bonus points if you knew that. I mean, not many people probably know Sir Barton was the first Triple Crown winner. And certainly not many people would be able to ID the jockey, Johnny Loftus. Sir Barton, by the way, would race again in the following year in 1920 and set a record for the 1 3/16 on a dirt track that year. However, by October 12th of the year 1920, the writing was on the wall for the retirement of Sir Barton, as Sir Barton was beaten for the first time by a horse named Man o' War. And we know what that horse went on to do. That was at a race in Windsor, Ontario. Sir Barton was retired, put to stud in 1921. By 1932, Sir Barton, the horse, was sold into the Army Remount Service and stood at Fort Royal, Virginia, at Fort Robinson, Nebraska. He was then finally assigned, in his final years of old age, this horse was assigned to a Wyoming rancher named J.R. Hilton. And he was, that's where he lived the rest of his life, and that's where that horse eventually died of colic in 1937 on Hilton's Ranch outside of Douglas. That horse is buried in Douglas, Washington Park, where a memorial for the horse exists. I did not know that. The first Triple Crown winner ever, Sir Barton, lived out his last days in Douglas, Wyoming. Who knew? I guess you folks in Douglas probably knew. And finally, in 1942, $26,000 modernization project started at Casper's Airport, the Wardwell Field. The field would cease being used after World War II, when the airport would switch to a much more substantial former air base. But this day, $26,000 modernization project was started at Casper's Airport, 1942. All these things happen on this day in history, June 11th. Time to, let's see, should we rodeo? Yeah, I'm not quite ready to rodeo. We do have Mike Yin coming up, Representative Mike Yin, House Minority Leader, by the way. He'll be on the show here in just a few moments. That'll be Pretty exciting. We'll ask him what it's like to be in the minority, like all the time, every time, and how does he keep doing it? We'll wrap with him in just a minute. But first, let's check in with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will, take it away.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, country music star Chancy Williams, who's a former saddle bronc rider and a pickup man in the rodeo arena, a member of the Cheyenne Frontier Days Hall of Fame. We talked about his recent successes and his life on the road. Country music star, something different on the Rodeo Roadshow. Chancy Williams up next.
Cattle Country Video's High Plains Showcase Sale is right around the corner. Sale this year will take place in Laramie, Wyoming at the Marion Rochelle Gateway Center. Deadline to consign is Friday, June 13th. Please contact a Cattle Country Video rep in your area to consign your cattle. Call the office at 307-532-3333 for more information or to find a rep. Visit cattlecountryvideo.com for updates. Again, Friday, June 13th is the consignment deadline for the High Plains Showcase Video Sale headed for Laramie, Wyoming.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
You gotta be just living the dream, Chancy. I remember the first time I met you, you were a guest on Flint's show, my brother Flint's show, Outside the Barrel in Las Vegas. And you spent a lot of time there, you played, and I think Brooke was with you playing the fiddle, but man, you've just come a long way, and it's gotta be a dream for you. I mean, 4 or 5 appearances on the Opry. Just talk about that.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. I never really knew where music would take me. I finished college and got a master's degree and assumed, I would rodeo for a while or go back and just ranch, which I love too. That this music thing kept growing, and it's led me to places I never dreamed I'd be. Like you said, the Opry, I've done it 5 times, and Cheyenne Frontier Days, we're doing it again this summer. We're open for Brooks and Dunn, so played the main stage 5 times at Cheyenne, and coast to coast. So it's just like a lot of hard work. I think it's that growing up as a ranch kid mentality of, nobody's going to hand anything to you. You kind of got to work for it, and that's the way we do with music. We've never really been satisfied. Every milestone we achieve, we're very thankful to get there, but we're always looking, well, what's next? What's the next big thing we can do? What's the next song we can do better?
Chancy Williams on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
You got your tickets for the night show at Cheyenne Frontier Days to see Chancy? That'd be pretty cool. Chancy Williams, a must-see. That's got to be on your bucket list. If you're a country music fan or a Wyomingite, Chancy Williams should be on your bucket list. I would think so. Mark Hines had a story that dropped on June 6th about these sad bear signs that are targeting a stretch of highway where grizzlies keep getting hit, and the message just not getting across. But maybe these signs will help. These signs are different, and it's really neat to see this program and these signs happen. The signs, if you see wildlife signs, typical wildlife signs on the roadside, I mean, they're very ignorable because they look like highway signs, and they tend to all just kind of fade into the background. For me, in my experience, I you don't even notice them any more than you notice all the myriad signs that you'll encounter when you're driving. They just don't stand out, and you're like, yeah, wildlife sign. So what do you do to make them stand out? You see those variable message signs, the ones they roll in, the solar powered, that flash at you, and they actually have a message, bear activity in the area, whatever. Those are a little better, and they will catch your attention. But researchers have found that this particular sign we're going to talk about works better than any of them. And it signs with a message that tugs on people's heartstrings by showing perhaps a sad bear on the sign and urging people to slow down. It really connects with people's emotions, especially if the message is things like keep your paw off the pedal. That's kind of cute. Or, a message like slow down. When a cub dies, our community mourns. And it shows, picture image of just a sad bear that looks like maybe its cub got hit and killed. It's pretty effective, actually. And in fact, it's been tested. These signs were test marketed. They were put out on roadways. And what researchers found, and even folks that were skeptical, for instance, wildlife biologist Doug Smith said at first he was skeptical any signs would work, and certainly not these signs. But he had to admit that the research shows the signs do work. In fact, in test runs, the signs, which are very brightly colored, which that helps. They have a really retro, colorful look to them. They found that people reduced their speed by 35% when they pass these signs, which is much more than people reduce their speed on traditional signs. So 35% speed reduction, that's pretty impressive. The signs already show they can work. The only problem is they're very expensive to make. But hopefully this psychological appeal of these new signs work and they catch on and we get them up, because anything that can be done to get people to slow down, especially at night in wildlife country, well, that's beneficial. We'll take a quick break and we'll get Representative Mike Yin into the room and into the discussion. He's your House Minority Leader. Coming up after this break, the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Into the conversation, it's Representative Mike Yin, House Minority Floor Leader. A guy so famous, he's got his own Wikipedia entry. I don't have one of those, Mike. How do I get on Wikipedia?
Jake, do you need one? I mean, I don't know if
maybe
it's
not
necessarily a good thing to have a Wikipedia.
Right? Maybe not. I'll take your experience, and you can tell me whether I do want to get in that club or not. I don't know. Yeah, with so much we got to cover. Let's hit it fast.
Sure, go for it.
For Representative Yin, obviously as a Democrat, and we're talking about a guy who's gone to Cheyenne quite a few times now. What are you on your third term?
This is my fourth term.
Fourth, okay.
Yeah.
We know Wyoming is red. You're blue. You've been in the minority. You are in the minority over and over. It's got to be. I appreciate the voice. It's politics. It's checks and balances. It should be. And you've often been the voice of your party platform, and you've been often. How often? Let's say 70 total bills his committee voted on. Yin was the lone voice of dissent on 28 of those, outvoted.
Sure.
I mean, you're one of 8 in 93 seats. How and why do you keep doing it, Mike? What does it mean to be that? You're not just there to be the rabble rouser, to be the anti. You're representing a party in a state where you're the minority party. It's tough.
Yeah, Jake, so I would say 100% I'm not there to just be a rabble rouser. I'm there to solve problems. And I think that's what everyone who's elected should be there to do. I was, I think when I first registered for a party when I was 18, I actually registered as a libertarian. And so I'm more about how do we have pragmatic solutions in Wyoming. And sometimes I'm the dissent vote because I think that we're actually creating more problems with a lot of those bills than actually solving problems. If we were solving problems, I would probably vote for them.
Yeah, and so expound on that, because I saw that quote from you. Well, he said, be careful, Republican, be careful, everybody in Wyoming. We're actually making it harder to get maternal health services in a state where we know that is difficult to even find. We're pushing doctors out of the state. We're making it harder for businesses to actually succeed, and we're making it harder for people to live here. How so?
Yeah, so maternal health care is a good one, right? So when we talk about our abortion ban that the legislature passed several years ago at this point, it makes it so OBGYNs don't want to set up shop here. So the ones that already are here, thankful they're here. Hopefully we're not pushing them out as well, but we kind of are, because we're saying there's a chance that you're going to go to jail for 20 years, right? For making a decision that you think is in the best health of the mom that's trying to have a baby or trying to be pregnant or trying to have a pregnancy in the future. And so I think that risk makes it harder for doctors to want to be here in a state that is already hard enough to find doctors, to find nurses, et cetera. And then when we talk about other parts of our community, we are creating uncertainty. And so when we talk about being able to start a business in the state of Wyoming, if we're not sure that we're going to be able to have young people to be workers, if we're not going to make sure that we're going to have young people that want to raise a family in the state, all of those things make it harder to have community, frankly.
We're talking to Representative Mike Yin, House District 16. That's pretty much Teton County, so you can imagine the representative from there would be Democrat. Can we make anything of the fact that, well-known fact now, that you grew up in a Republican household, parents Republican? You said you first registered as a libertarian. What got you to Democrat?
I was born and raised in Georgia, where I'm from originally. I went to school in Pittsburgh, so East Coast. I ended up in New York City. And so, like Wyoming, New York is a one-party state. Sometimes if you want to make a difference in your local politics, you have to register with a different party. But I think, regardless of the partisanship, some of it was figuring out that it's not always about the partisanship. Sometimes a lot of problem solving crosses party boundary lines, of what is libertarian versus what is Democrat versus what is Republican, when I'm trying to solve a problem about how do I make sure I have a good school in my community, right? And so I think the party label just means that, I don't necessarily associate with everything that's in my party platform. I don't think every Republican associates with everything in their Republican Party platform, but it's one where it makes sense for the alignment. And then when it comes to, that opposition part, we don't oppose everything that happens in the legislature. I don't know if it was Alan Simpson that, oh no, it was Enzi, that 80% rule, right? We agree on 80% of the things. We'll fight about the 20% of the things. I think we're making a lot more noise, both nationally and statewide, about those 20% things, and we've lost focus on those 80% of problems that we need to solve together.
You've backed legislation to raise the minimum wage in Wyoming. You've co-sponsored a bill that would create a state income tax for the purpose of education. You've crafted and drafted legislation, but you do so, I would imagine, in a much different way than your average Republican would in Cheyenne. The Freedom Caucus could write a bill and just say, we're going to pound down on Trump's message double, and without any other thought. You say, I particularly have to craft most of my legislation to be bipartisan. The intent is to get both chambers to work together. It's the only way you can do it, really.
Yeah, and so you highlighted bills that happened in my first session. And I think a lot of what happens as a legislator is that you grow to understand what the process is like. And so you see the bills that I've crafted now, the newer bills, right? I passed one unanimously. So the one about childcare this year was making it so two families could share a nanny. Because right now, if you have children from separate households, they would have to have DFS licensing as a childcare facility to take care of those children in the same place. And so we created an exception with my bill, and now that's no longer illegal. So I think people were doing this already, but they were breaking the law. And I think everyone could agree that two families sharing a nanny shouldn't be illegal, and now it isn't.
Yeah. And you are fresh out of that Sunday Wyoming Democratic Party State Central Committee, elected as the new boss of the state Democrats, Lucas Freilich. Are you happy with that selection? And are you happy with the message, which I think you said, look, we want to listen. We don't want to necessarily echo the national Democratic Party platform, because we want to do what works in Wyoming. I heard a lot about listening and a lot about being rural and concentrating on what works in Wyoming for Democrats.
Yeah, so basically what I said after that meeting was, one, I think the urban-rural divide that has divided our country is tragic, and that we need to solve it and figure it out. And what I wanted to see from the national party was having someone from a more rural area be the leader of the party, and take up those leadership roles. I'm happy with Lucas. I think he's not a politician. He's not polished, and how do you speak to the press? That's fine. He can learn how to do that. But what he wants to do is make a better Wyoming, make sure that all of our communities can be better. What I want us to do as a party, a local party, is go to each of our communities and figure out, okay, what are your issues? I want to hear from you guys. And so that's what I said in the article, that I wanted to have these kind of town hall listening sessions. So I'm going to work on organizing listening sessions all over the state that hopefully people will attend and tell me, what are the focuses in your communities? Let's forget the national politics for now. What are the problems that needed to be solved locally?
Well, the super majority of Republicans in Wyoming is not necessarily the dream scenario, because we find there are even factions within Republicans and fighting to be who's more right than the next one. And it's the Freedom Caucus. It's in-party fighting that maybe could open the door a crack for Democrats. I don't know. Do you see anything in that when the other party can't necessarily get along and agree?
Look, I think when you have these factions where one faction says you have to adhere to the party platform or you're not a member of that, you shouldn't be calling yourself a member of that party. I think that leaves room for people who no longer see themselves as one that wants to take a purity test every single day. And so I don't want the Democratic Party to be one where we put purity tests on everybody either. I think if we're going to scold everyone, that's not going to win votes. What I want to do is figure out how we solve problems together. And if the folks in that faction of the Republican Party don't want to solve problems but only want to hold purity tests, let them hold purity tests. I'm going to hopefully focus on the people of Wyoming who want to solve problems.
Yeah. Well, I've enjoyed your political career. Where is it going next? Have you given any thought to it? Representative Yin, he's a Democrat. We're talking to Representative Mike Yin, Democrat, representing Teton County, HD 16. He's done it for now 4 terms and been in the great minority. But you've been all the way. You've done it admirably, honestly, and I really everything you seem like a real sensible, smart politician. I would just wish you'd come over to the red side, but I like the way you've handled yourself in politics. What's next?
I appreciate it, Jake. I don't know if this is something I want to do forever. I see some of my colleagues that become lobbyists. I see some of them that run for statewide seats. I'm not interested in doing any of that. Maybe I'll go back to private sector life at some point, but I don't think about what's next right now. I'm just thinking about how do I serve in the capacity that I'm in now.
I get it. I want to talk to you in the future about EV charging stations and a whole bunch more stuff. We got to have you back on, Senator or Representative Yin. Thank you so much.
Anytime, Jake.
All right, we got to bounce for top of the hour, Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Some Wyoming public school districts are moving toward restricting homeschool families' access to pre-high school level sports and activities, just as 2 new laws empowering the homeschool movement are taking effect. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a few public school superintendents who theorize that their peers are digging in their heels against the homeschool empowerment laws so they don't have to participate in their own, quote, demise.
As you see this push to use public funds for private school use, for homeschool use, you're also seeing some of the public schools like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe we won't have such an open door policy offering some of our activities to homeschool students where we can help it because these programs are chipping away at our foundation.
Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, told Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday that she'll propose a law change in the coming weeks to prevent the districts from limiting homeschoolers' access to middle school and junior high level activities. A New Jersey man was gored by a bison in Yellowstone National Park on Tuesday, making him the second person to be gored this year. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the incident occurred at approximately 9:45 a.m. in the Upper Geyser Basin near Old Faithful, the busiest area in Yellowstone.
He escaped with minor injuries, and he was very lucky to do so. The thing is, bison goring is breaking news, but it's also the same old story. The National Park Service is consistent. Stay 25 yards away from all big animals, including bison, when you're in the park. But it also states that it's your responsibility to maintain that distance. And it seems that a lot of people are perfectly happy to disregard.
This is the second bison goring in Yellowstone in 2025. The first occurred on Sunday, May 4th, when a Florida man got too close to a bison at Lake Village. Well, those disappointed in a plan to manage 3.6 million acres of federal public land spread across southwest Wyoming feel a reversal of fortune rising with recent efforts to steer the document back in the direction of more drilling. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that critics of the BLM's plan point to a University of Wyoming study that shows the RMP could cost the state up to $245 million in lost revenue over 4 years, with oil and gas production taking a major hit that could ripple through local tax coffers.
Clearly, the financial hit is something that critics of the original RMP are bringing up now. What they'll run into is a lot of opposition from the conservation community, who sees a lot of wild resource out there that they would like to see not developed for energy. And what we have now is really a momentum shift, a policy shift coming from the Trump administration for all of these RMPs across the whole state, and supporters of an amended RMP really feeling good about what's next.
The UW analysis found that various restriction scenarios in the controversial federal land plan could lead to revenue losses ranging from $40.8 million to $245 million through 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A year after a significant portion of Wyoming Highway 22 collapsed down the side of the mountain at Teton Pass, traffic will drive on a newly reinforced road over the Big Phil Slide as early as the end of this month. The loss of Teton Pass devastated local commuters and communities when the road slid down the side of the mountain just over a year ago. But in what's been called a textbook response to the catastrophic failure, the Wyoming Department of Transportation will open the new Teton Pass before the end of June, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossy reports that the entire project is scheduled to be completed in July.
Little over a year ago, there was no construction project planned for Teton Pass. Within a year, not only do we have a solution to Teton Pass, and let's remind ourselves that the detour was ready for traffic in 3 weeks. Now, at the end of July, we'll have the 70-year solution ready to go. So they've put a lot of time and effort into not only rebuilding the mountain, but ensuring that this will be the permanent solution.
Drivers won't see the extent of the $40 million project, which included new steel supports drilled into the mountain's bedrock and a ziggurat-like structure of reinforced fill to provide additional stability. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Get back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Welcoming into the conversation, Franz Commonson. We're going to talk all things wild, especially wolves, coyotes. Franz is a retired wildlife biologist, award-winning cinematographer, former executive director of the Jackson Hole Conservation Alliance for 13 years, founding board member of the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. If it involves wildlife and its habitat, Franz, is probably going to be somewhere around there. We got a lot of ground to cover. Let's start right off with what it's like to observe wildlife. I think some folks, they have no idea of how to do it best. People who go to Yellowstone and they pull over and they look into Hayden Valley or Lamar Valley for about, a minute and a half, and they don't see anything, and they get in their car and drive. How do you have spent, I'm sure, countless hours in the wild watching rhinos, pandas, pronghorn, grizzly, wolves, everything. How do you do it?
You do it slowly, Jake. Thanks. Good morning. Yeah, it's a fun job, but you have to have patience. And during my research work, graduate work, I had a lot of patience watching coyotes. I remember spending hours out on the National Elk Refuge when it was sub-zero temperature, and I'm bundled up watching coyotes sleep. I'm wondering, who's the dumb animal here? Standing out there freezing, and they're just curled up, comfortable as heck. No, you have to have patience and, a lot of luck. And you're not going to see anything if you don't get out. So get out, be patient, spend a lot of time, hope for luck, have good binoculars, spotting scope, and all this. So, it's like hunting or anything else. Patience will reward itself.
Yeah, and I mentioned this not necessarily for tips for the newbie wildlife observer, but to show that Franz is done more than read a book or two. I mean, this is how you learn about animals. You watch them, you observe them, and it's quiet, patient work, and it takes a long time. So this is what brings the authority when we start getting into the topics. Let's start out easy with wolf's howl. I love this story. Mark Hines had a story about why do wolves howl, and Franz said, because they can. Because what are they doing? Are they really talking to each other?
Yeah, they are. The wolves are incredibly social animals, probably the most social animal conspicuously here in the Wyoming and Northern Rockies country for sure. And to be social and to maintain that sociability, you have to be able to communicate with your groups. And howling is certainly, from our perspective, one of the most conspicuous ways of communicating. If you're a wolf, you're also probably watching what your buddy is doing too. In other words, body posture. But humans are usually far enough away that we really don't see the subtleties of body posture and all of that sort of thing. So what we do from a distance, you can hear wolves howling a mile away under good conditions. So we sort of focus on that, and it is a wonderful aspect of wolves. If you've ever heard them howl, in a really pristine environment or setting, it is both raises the hair in the back of your neck, but it also raises a smile on your face. It's the world is good when you hear wolves howling. That's my perspective, and I know there's other people feel differently, and that's what makes us fun too, us social beasts.
Yeah, some ranchers are reaching for the lever action when they hear the howl, and others will pay good money to hear that kind of a sound. That communicates wild like nothing else, that howl. You've watched coyotes, wolves interact and communicate, much like researchers now are saying domestic dogs, they're finding differences in their barks. I mean, there's a language going on there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't done research on wolf vocalizations, but I did quite a bit of observation when I was doing my coyote work, and I identified 9 different kinds of communication or howls that coyotes are doing, excuse me. And it's like most wildlife things. When you say this or that about it, there's always an exception. So when I say I identified 9 different vocalizations, and I could associate certain behavior with them too, they often would blend in from one to another. They'd just move across different communication. The howl is what we hear the most, and or sort of associate with wolves. And that's a long distance communication, and it works to tell other wolves in other packs hey, we're over here, this is our territory, but it also sort of strengthens the pair bond or the pack bond within the pack. If you watch wolves howl like that, that long howling, you'll often see them come together. They'll be close together, and in some cases, they'll actually surround the dominant animals. So it works both internally within the pack and then externally to tell other packs, we've got a territory here, keep your butt out of here.
Mm. Yeah, it's a unique experience. Wolves were not brought back simply so tourists had something else to see in Yellowstone. Talk about the role as apex predator. I think in that way, we have seen the success of the wolf reintroduction in the mid-90s to Yellowstone. At the time, I don't know if people are aware, there was overpopulation of elk. That caused an underpopulation of aspen trees, and you can explain why, as elk just ate themselves right out of house and home in Yellowstone. The wolf is necessary at the top to perform its role in an ecosystem. Is that part of it working?
I think it is. Unfortunately, or however you want to look at it, there aren't a lot of places left in the United States where we have a big enough stage like Yellowstone, where you can have this play out pretty much uninterrupted or not interfered by humans. I don't think there's any question that there were an overabundance of elk at one point before the wolves were brought back. The wolves came in and they had a heyday because they had elk population extremely abundant and pretty ignorant of large predators. So within about a decade, those elk numbers came down, and over time now we're looking at 3 decades. The vegetation in Yellowstone has changed. I remember going up there and seeing willow that were maybe ankle high. Now, literally, they're tall enough to cover a herd of bison. So wolves have had an impact by limiting the numbers of elk and moving the elk around more so that they weren't concentrated and hammering the habitat. So, but again, like I say, there aren't that many stages left where we can let it play out naturally like that.
Yeah, I mean, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is maybe it. That's the laboratory for what's going on. Although reintroduction has caused some headaches, especially with ranchers. We see the latest is Colorado, where it seems these wolves have gotten into immediate trouble. Where do you think the wolf should be left to roam? Should there be reintroduction, intentional wolf placement in Colorado, or should we simply let the wolf do what it's going to do now on the range?
That's a good question. It's a hard one to answer. Again, it depends on which side of the fence you're on.
Yeah.
I think there's room for a significant wolf population in Colorado. I think that's for sure. I think, again, there are areas there where elk populations are pretty high, Rocky Mountain National Park in that area. I'm not sure that the wolves are playing a particular impactful role there yet. Their numbers aren't big enough, and I'm not sure they're there in those areas where they can have the most impact. But in the long run, I'd say that is one of the areas. And of course, we have northern Montana, where wolves actually existed throughout this period, even before they were brought into Yellowstone, the glacier area. And that's another area where, I think we can have a wolf population functioning pretty much on a natural basis. So it's not everywhere, but I think there are places yet where we can see a larger wolf population and live together.
We're talking to Franz Commonson, retired wildlife biologist, who much of his work is centered on coyotes and some wolves. Give us some examples of where the coyote, for people who have no idea, and you see this a lot, people will share a photograph of something in Yellowstone. Let's say, is this a coyote or a wolf? Give us an idea of what those two those species share in similarity and what makes them very different.
Well, I'll start with the differences. Coyote is much smaller, first of all. It's maybe a third the weight between a 35-pound coyote is a pretty big coyote. A 100-pound wolf is probably about an average sized wolf. You'll get them up to 120, and there's the rare exception that'll be higher. You'll get some that are in the 90, as adults, 90-pound range. So size is one thing, but it's kind of hard to tell size when you're half a mile away, perhaps.
Yeah.
The other thing is coyotes, if you have a good look at them, their ears are more prominent, their nose is more pointed, not as bulky. Coyotes, I always say just about every coyote looks like just about every other coyote in terms of color. Now with wolves, you have quite a color variation from silver, almost white to black. And that gives it away, particularly if you see a pack. If you see a group together, you're apt to see a color variety. And that immediately says wolf and not coyote. So size, and then the tail. And if you can watch them long enough, the coyote tail will usually stay below horizontal, and a wolf tail will go up to horizontal and above. And I always consider the tail sort of a barometer of the animal's the excitement. The more excited, the higher the tail goes. With wolves, if they're really excited, they'll bring the tail considerably above the horizontal. Coyotes rarely do that. And again, there's always exceptions. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But there are some sort of those bigger factors: size, ears, shape of face, color. If you can put all that together, you can probably make a pretty good judgment.
Franz, let's talk about the tough topics. The wolf is often in the news, at least lately, politically, and it is such a lightning rod. It's one of those things that seems the way the country's going, that you're either here or here, and there's no gray area in between. There's a deep-seated hatred, fear of the wolf out west, and an attempted extermination of the wolf. There's some in the ranching community and some folks who are just, you're never going to get them there when it comes to wolves. But I think maybe one place to start with getting people to appreciate wolves is to getting some folks to admit that this running them over with snow machines is just not a good look for Wyoming. And it's just horrible. As much as you might hate the wolf, humane, quick dispatch of a wolf could be tolerable, but the idea to prolong their suffering, what we saw in Daniel, last year, and the running them over with snowmobiles, I don't know anybody who's on board with that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot involved with that topic, but it comes down to a moral fabric. Would we allow, I can sympathize with ranchers. I grew up, part of my early life as on a dairy farm in the Midwest. I worked with cattle, and used to be a hunter. I'm not anymore. I'm too old. I can't keep up with the way I should, but the idea of fair chase versus predator control. You have a right. A rancher has a right to protect their property. I'll never argue that. It's how you do it, how you go about it, and it's not just the running over of a coyote or a wolf with a snow machine, but it's the pursuit. Some of these animals are pursued for miles, and that's the torture. The last thing is being run over, which is terrible. But the torture can be the miles of running through the sage and deep snow pursued by this loud machine. And that I don't think gets enough attention. But I mean, personally, that is despicable for me. And I understand, the hatred and all that. But what I don't understand is when people say that is my form of recreation. That's how I recreate. I want to go out and torture an animal. I personally, I have a hard time with that.
Yeah.
And it's hard to legislate morality, but I think it comes down to that. Again, the hunting of wolves, I couldn't do it, but that's part of the plan. That's the world we live in now. I can accept it. I just couldn't do it myself.
Yeah.
And same with this kind of abuse.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Same. I could never hunt one. If I had one in my sights, I just, I couldn't kill a dog. And it also couldn't, I can't get with the wildlife killing contests that continue, coyote killing contests. I don't understand that mindset. I don't know if we'll win anyone over and that kind of thing, but I can tell you this, and there's a lot of ranchers that will tell you this, the harder you try to exterminate the coyotes, the more they're going to come back. The bigger litters they'll have. You're never going to get rid of them.
Yeah. Well, no, that's exactly right. And I testified to that point in the 70s when I was doing my coyote research, when we as a society were really discussing the use of poisons like 1080 and cyanide and all that sort of stuff. And my point then, and I feel even stronger about it now, is the more you kill them, everything else being equal, they'll just keep coming back. As you say, younger animals will start breeding. They'll have bigger litters to fill that void. I mean, particularly coyotes, they are so adaptable. They are so adaptable. I've seen them eating June bugs, grasshoppers. I've seen them feasting on washed up gray whales in Mexico and Baja. I've heard of them eating watermelons in Arizona, probably as much for the moisture as anything.
Right.
So they're survivors. And you look at the 100 years of coyote control data that we have in Wyoming, and we've been killing coyotes at the same numbers up and down over a century. And we still have coyotes, and there's still some depredations. And I say, if the beauty of it is, if we could step back and do very surgical control, when there's a problem during lambing season, you go after those coyotes. But this broadcast killing disrupts their social behavior, and they become less efficient hunters. Their territoriality breaks down. It would just be better to be very specific on your management instead of this broadcast contest thing, which is, it's self-defeating if in fact you want to control depredation. I think in many ways it opens the door to worse situations. And I know people will argue with me on that, and that's fine. That's America. We have that right. But from what I've seen over the decades, and the data too, not just my own experience, but the data's out there. There's been research done that's shown that to be the case. So, will we ever get there? I don't know. Probably not. We're humans.
Well, the political nature of coyotes, or whether it's killing contests or whether we should hunt or reintroduce wolves, that gets in the weeds. The overarching takeaway message should be from Commonson, I think, is if we're going to live out here in the Mountain West in Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, we should have an interest in human-wildlife coexistence. That's why we choose to live out here. We share the same ecosystem, us, the wolves, the coyotes, and all the other animals. We should want to see it work.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny because I'm in Jackson and I live on a small creek here, and I've had so many aspen trees on my property cut down by beaver. I don't want the beaver removed. If I'm going to live here, I have to put up with it. And so I wire the trees I want to keep now, and I'll put a fence around. And that's that's part of coexisting. And I think that's a responsible reaction. And that's it's just my example, but we are blessed to live in Wyoming, one of the states with the best wildlife variety and visual opportunities for observation and so forth. And to deal with that blessing, I think takes some real adjustments on our part and probably humility.
Yeah, I agree. Franz, thanks for coming on. We always learn something when we talk coyotes, wolves, and all wildlife with you. Great perspective. Appreciate you being on.
Thanks for the opportunity, and good luck to you.
Hey, thanks a lot. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you.
Let's move along to the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back right after these. Zach Sontag waits for us. Zach is in the Zoom room, and we'll get to him after this quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Kemmer, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Back at it, back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Zach Sontag into the discussion. Zach, before we go to Wamsutter, and who doesn't want to go to Wamsutter, let's talk about Evansville. Were you at this town hall meeting where this gentleman protesting the Pride Month flags that went up courtesy of the mayor of Evansville right outside of Casper? Jeremy Brown didn't like it, and his response was drawing swastikas with chalk art, and then off agenda, I would imagine, during public comment. Yeah, he had some things to say to the council. That had to be a little bit tense.
Oh, it was tense. So I hear. I wasn't there personally, but yeah, people who were said it was tense. And you could just feel it. I mean, even watching the video, the body language of the people in the room.
Yeah.
Simply tensed up. Jeremy Brown himself was just, there was a lot of aggression there. And you could feel it for even the folk that weren't there to see it.
Yeah, and so let's take you to what happened. Evansville mayor. And I still contend Evansville should not be its own town. It's just Casper. But okay. Evansville Mayor Candace Machado, she did admit that it was her idea. She took it upon herself. I think that might have been a little misstep, but we won't go there. If you're going to do something like this on public land, on town hall or wherever these flags are placed, you should make it a movement of the town, the will of the town electeds. When you do things on your own like this, and I've seen it in Jackson where a mayor just does what the mayor wants to do, it could open the door. So now, Mayor Candace Machado tries to create a separation between her as Candace and her as mayor. And it's a hard line to walk, especially when it was her call to put these flags up, right? Was this a town council vote or just her?
It was an independent decision by her, and I think that's going to be one of the lessons that they learned from this. And they're saying it loud and clear that this is uncharted territory. And to the extent that I could get to the bottom of what the legal implications here are, there's some big question marks. They're all still kind of sorting through that right now. We don't know what the next phase is going to look like. But yeah, she independently made this decision. And if there are repercussions, it would likely fall on her therefore. But she's standing by it. The flags remain. And next steps, we'll just see. And the real thing that I think we're all watching for is to see if Jeremy Brown actually makes good on his promise to put his own swastika flags on the town hall property. I think that could be quite an escalation. We don't know what would happen if that did transpire, but that was his threat. And he said, I'm going to put my swastika flags up if you keep these pride flags up.
Yeah, we're talking. And so Jeremy Brown is maybe pushing the envelope when it comes to expressing his right to, free speech. The chalk, as far as the nature of the artwork, the chalk makes it not vandalism. Is that right? Is that what we're learning? Law enforcement also admits, look, we never had to deal with something like this.
Yeah, first time for law enforcement as well. And believe it or not, Brown had called ahead to the city and he kind of tested the waters. He said, what happens if somebody does chalk symbols on the property as an expression of free speech, etc.? And they more or less said, yeah, that's protected. And what they didn't know is that he was planning swastikas. He described them as peace symbols, and I guess everyone's got their own version of those, but it caught them by surprise. And as a sort of chalk on chalk battle, other residents showed up the following day and began drawing over the swastikas. And so if you were to go there today, you would see different colored images all over the town hall sidewalks and the entrances. And they're not swastikas anymore. You can't see the swastikas. So it's kind of become this proxy battle between the residents, and they're on both sides. A lot of people really don't like the pride flags. And then there's a large contingent that vehemently supports the pride flag. So it's going to be an issue that could get worse. It could get better. We just don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking at the photos of it. So, yeah, I think it remains to be seen whether Mr. Jeremy Brown does do the flag thing. The flag thing could be different. It could be differently interpreted by law enforcement because that's actually placing something physical on property you don't own. Now, is it public property? Can you place your flag, your statue, whatever you want? That's different from the chalk art. It was interesting to learn he did vet the idea I didn't know that. That's interesting. But I see a lot of response from this story online, Zach, and there's a lot of folks saying there's a difference between, expressing your support for something, whether you're the mayor of Evansville and you're expressing your support for Pride Month and that community and what it represents. That's a supportive and practice of your right to free speech. And that what Jeremy Brown is doing is not necessarily supporting Nazism. I think he said that, but he's just his message is anti. He's like, I know this symbol annoys people, and I'm going to be noisy about it. It's a different kind of expression of free speech, I think.
Yeah, I think you characterized it about right. According to Brown, this is not a pro-Nazi movement per se. It's just him trying to make a point by getting people offended. He wants to bring offense. He wants to call attention to this issue, and that's the symbol that he's used. So it does raise some kind of, peculiar and maybe uncomfortable questions about, okay, well, if it's not pro-Nazi, but he's using the symbol that we all associate with pro-Nazism, what does that, say about what this symbol now means for us as a community and as a society? Is it becoming normalized? And if so, how do we think about that? Is this just now a normal expression of, oh, I'm upset with something, so I'm going to use this symbol, even though I'm not standing by what that symbol historically has meant? I think there's some interesting philosophical territory here that we haven't really dealt with.
Yeah, there's a lot there. It gets super complex. Evansville, I'm sure, as a town, never wanted to be at ground zero of this whole debate. I'm sure Mayor Machado, well, I don't know, but, Mayor Machado, by putting a pride flag, is not necessarily saying I'm gay and I'm proud of it, no more than Jeremy Brown is saying I'm a member of the Gestapo and trying to bring back Nazism again. The message is getting lost in what both of these sides are trying to do. It's just weird. Let's get out of Evansville. Let's go to Wamsutter, where life is a lot simpler. Especially if you're looking to book a table ahead of time at the local bar, at the Desert Bar. You were there. You were one of only two that night. It was really hopping, huh?
Oh, man, to call it simple could be an understatement, indeed. And kind of we mentioned this offline. It's so funny. You pull up to this place and you just have one lug. And we're talking about, paint flake paneling and cinder block exterior. And you've got this sign that's so weather beaten you can barely read it. And you're thinking, oh, I guess they must have moved locations. No one's here. This cannot be it. Lo and behold, you're there. This is the night spot, the hot spot in the city of Wamsutter, the Desert Bar. And it's like, it's a small place, sure, but it's still the only game in town. It's the only bar in town. And that's what people kind of have a reputation for doing on a Saturday night, going to the bar. Not in this case.
Yeah, this is not your typical Saturday night. It's just, the GPS tells you you're there at the Desert Bar, but, there's something about being parked out front. It's just not an inviting front door, really. It doesn't look like you're in the right place, but you're in Wamsutter and things are different there.
Oh, man, that front door, I tell you what. Yeah, the analogy that came to mind for me was a tool shed. I thought I was going to walk in and find some shovels hanging on the wall in there.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you go in, and it's dead quiet. There's no music playing. There's no one in there. But you see at the very end of the bar, sitting, having a smoke with just a little bit of trickle of television coming down on her. It's Audrey Kraft, the manager, who's been there for 25 years. And she almost seems just as surprised as I am that I'm coming into the place, And I asked her, when's the rush coming in? I would have expected some people. I guess they start later. She says, you're looking at it. And I couldn't believe my ears when I heard that. When it sunk in that she was serious, I wasn't totally sure if she was. So it ends up being me and Audrey, and we just kind of shoot the gab a little bit. And she loves watching TV. She's got On Patrol Live. It's her favorite program, which, funny enough, strikes me as kind of its own little commentary. You've got this small town that doesn't have its own police force. And here is a longtime resident whose very favorite show is about cops,
Makes
that
sense.
seems like its own commentary there. And then it ends up, fortunately for her, another patron came in, a guy that's never been there before in his life, truck driver who hadn't been to Wamsutter since, a stopover 20 years earlier. So some interesting coincidences on this particular night.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical of a visitor to Wamsutter is as people, as you pointed out, who just sort of blow in. Life blew them in like a tumbleweed. Truckers, they time out, if they're on a long haul run, they have to show a certain amount of hours where they're off-road. It happened to be Wamsutter. A lot of people have, that live in Wamsutter now, didn't grow up there. They weren't born there. Just life circumstances kind of blew them in for a while.
Yeah, it's what an interesting dynamic. You got people from all over. You really do. There's some from, nearby Rock Springs and so forth, but you've got people from Washington State. You've got people from New Jersey. You've got people from Nebraska. They just really are from a disparate stretch of America, and here they are all together in this small little town. Anything seems possible when you get different people lashed together like this. So I think that's one of the things that makes it so interesting, but you'd never know because you never go.
Yeah. There's not much to Wamsutter. Wamsutter, for most people, is Love's travel stop. I mean, it's the biggest employer. It's where you're going to find signs of life. And it's the happening spot in Wamsutter. You managed to tell this story through the eyes of one young lady who works at the travel stop.
That's right. Her name is Saber, and interesting person. She came there. It was actually her third time moving to Wamsutter from Rock Springs in as many years, and it was for the job opportunity at Love's. And it's like, what you hear from someone like this is, on the one hand, they like Wamsutter because their personalities gravitate toward quiet, peaceful, simple lifestyles. And yet, if you're an actual employee at Love's, that's not what your life is like. The place is chaotic, and I witnessed it myself. I mean, I was there on a Saturday afternoon, kind of at the front of travel season, and it's just all day long, lines building up. They're snaking through the aisles. People are just piling in, piling out. Parking stalls are taken all around the clock, and it looks hectic. And that's exactly what she told me. She says it gets crazy. And she was hired on the same day. They had 2 new hires. She made it. The other hire quit at the end of his first shift.
Yeah.
This is way too much for me. It's too much chaos. I can't keep up. So that's an interesting dichotomy. You've just got this crazy truck stop that's just bustling, and everything else is so quiet, really interesting.
Yeah. The rest of Wamsutter, very sleepy, very small town, but a lot of travelers coming through to fuel up, to food up, snack up, which you can see because if you look at Interstate 80 between Rock Springs and Rawlins, that's a long stretch. That's an hour and a half of hammer down driving, and smack right in the middle is Wamsutter. The reason it still exists, I think, is a convenient port in a I-80 storm, just a break from the road, or, when the tank's on E. But it was interesting, like a lot of small towns, and they don't get smaller than Wamsutter. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows your business. I thought that was interesting.
It is kind of funny to know that. And part of it is these employers provide housing. That's one of the ways that they lure people to the town. They get them in there. They got a great deal on housing. Yeah. They own an apartment complex. In the case of the school district, they have an entire block where they just own suburban homes. But so that closeness creates, I guess, the right atmosphere, at least for the Loves community, for a little bit of gossip. And everyone seems to be dating somebody at the company, and everyone knows who's dating, and everybody's speculating about who might not be dating. And they, as the way Saber explained it, everyone thinks that everyone else is sleeping with their husband or their boyfriend or their girlfriend or their wife. And it just has a little bit of that kind of, a little bit of the makings of reality television in a sense. But they,
As Wamsutter turns, yeah. As only a small town drama, as only a small town could cook it up. Well, your approach to it and your humor in the story, people loved it. And the response has been overwhelming from this story of Wamsutter. For those who don't know anything about it or didn't know anything about it, they really appreciated your introduction to the world. Like, here's Wamsutter, and it was.
It's a fun place for its own unique charm. And even though it is kind of a truck stop, there's industry there. You know, you've got the Wamsutter oil patch out there. You've got companies like Williams, Crowheart, Amco. But what I think is concerning for some in this community is that a big piece of their population decline is not just that there's some slowed economic activity. It's also that so many of these workers are just saying, I would rather commute from Rollins or Rock Springs. I don't care if I have to drive an hour or 2 hours of commute every day. I want to live somewhere that has amenities. I want to live somewhere that has a grocery store. I want to live somewhere that has a bar that has people in it on Saturday nights.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that creates a little bit of a feedback loop, and that gets problematic. People say, oh, well, they don't have amenities, I'm going to leave. And now there's nobody there to provide the amenities that might otherwise attract other people, you know?
It has its charm. I can't believe it's still there. Wamsutter, Wyoming, as experienced by Zach, and he shares it with us at Cowboy State Daily. Thanks, Zach. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, pretty cool. Check that story out. 2 stories, the Desert Bar in Wamsutter itself, written by Zachary Sontag, getting great response on that story. We'll be right back with the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals.
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Wednesday. And I'm looking at this food and wine story. You know, is your water working hard enough for you? Are you getting the most out of your water? Your water may be underperforming. I get the same vibe whenever I see, an item like performance wear, performance wear socks or performance wear underwear. I didn't know my undergarments were required to perform for me. I just want them to kind of hold still and do their job, but I guess they do have a job. Is your water performing for you? Food and Wine says this supercharged water could be the secret to better focus and faster recovery. The new water is hydrogen water. It's being hyped as the ultimate biohack. But does the research hold up? Story from Food and Wine talking about hydrogen water. Hydrogen water regularly is water infused with molecular hydrogen gas, which may serve, at least according to the folks marketing hydrogen water, it may serve as a selective antioxidant. It could help reduce oxidative stress without disrupting the body's natural balance. There are benefits, perhaps, to hydrogen water. I had no idea I was missing out. Drinking water, obviously one of the most basic of human needs, yet an estimated 28% of us are chronically dehydrated. I'm probably one of them. I don't drink enough water. I don't know anyone who will admit to drinking enough water. Most people, the first thing they'll say when you say, how much, if your doctor quizzed you, are you getting enough water? Do you drink enough water daily? I think almost all of us would say, no, I feel guilty. I don't drink enough water. Is anybody out there say, oh yeah, I drink plenty of water. I get my required 8 glasses or whatever it is of water. How many ounces? I fall short of the mark for sure. But I also don't do the hydrogen water. That might be something I need to look into. It's different than regular water. Could have benefits, antioxidant benefits. Whenever I hear about antioxidants, I'm like, oh yeah, I got to get some of them. Interesting story, Food and Wine about hydrogen water. Cowboy State Daily, couple of stories from, both from David Madison about the energy sector, reason for optimism, maybe, in the Rock Springs plan, the controversial BLM Rock Springs management plan. Those in the energy sector say that plan does not call for enough as far as oil and gas exploration. It's a heated public debate. Oil companies squaring off against environmentalists over drilling rights on 3.6 million acres of Wyoming desert in the Rock Springs area. The plan was finalized under the Biden administration, but now there's reason to look back into it. And apparently there's not going to be a redo, but there may be a tweaking of the plan. The Rock Springs Field Office of Bureau of Land Management notified cooperating agencies just last week that it would move forward with amending the region's controversial resource management plan known as the RMP. Governor Mark Gordon and many, many others representing the state of Wyoming not happy with the RMP for the Rock Springs area. and they all applaud this latest decision by the BLM to perhaps amend it. That's good news for those in the oil and gas industry. Gordon said, I'm encouraged that this process is beginning. This is an opportunity to correct a flawed document. I am confident the process will now be honest and responsive. Good news, perhaps, for those in the oil and gas industry. We're going to have oil and gas guy on the show here coming up in another day or two, pretty soon. We're going to have somebody from the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, PAW, and will join us and talk more about it. Devon Energy operates in this area primarily, and Devon Energy will be the first ones to tell you that oil and gas development is the, quote, principal or major use of public lands, at least in this area. And so they should be considered, their viewpoint should be considered first and foremost, says Devon Energy. So possibly good news for Wyoming, and what's at stake? Only about an estimated $245 million, which could be seen if oil and gas is allowed to develop at a point better than the RMP is calling for, at least right now in the Rock Springs area. Meanwhile, the fight is on in the Powder River Basin, and it regards coal mining. A federal judge Friday allowed a coalition of tribal and green groups to fight to save a Biden-era rule that would end coal mining in the Powder River Basin by the year 2041. That was the Biden idea, that we're just going to end coal in Powder River Basin by 2041. And now with President Trump in office, there's an effort underway to run that back. But disappointing news on that front. A federal judge Friday allowed a coalition of green groups to fight that, to save the Biden-era rule in the Powder River Basin, where is coal mining going to be done by the year 2041? Not if you ask President Trump. But, it's all tied up in legal stuff, conservation groups. David Madison had both of those stories in the Cowboy State Daily regarding news in the energy sector in Wyoming. That's going to do it for us on a Wednesday. We're out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Everybody have a great Wednesday. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Signing off.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.